Yes.
Sorry, just before I start with the questions, I think yesterday I suggested that when looking at the leaflets and the delay, that Dr. Wolford had described the delay as unconscionable and Lord Glenarthur as much too long. In fact, it was the other way round. Dr. Wolford used the term unconscionable to describe the delay in relation to decision-making on BPL. In relation to the leaflet, she said much too long, and it was Lord Glenarthur who used and then associated himself with the use of the word unconscionable in relation to the leaflet. So I just wanted to correct that, that it was the other way round.
Thank you.
Lord Clarke, I want to ask you to look at two statements you made, one in a press release and one in Parliament, and then ask you some questions about it. So the press release of the 1st of September is at DHSC 0006401_006.
That's 1st of September.
1983, my apologies. So this is the press release, in fact the press release in relation to the publication of the leaflet, 1st of September 1983.
Is this the first leaflet?
This is the first leaflet. And I'm not going back to the saga of the leaflet, Lord Clarke, but it's to see what was said about the causal link between AIDS and blood products.
Oh, yes, right.
So the press release reads, the Department of Health and Social Security has today published a leaflet, AIDS and How It Concerns Blood Donors. It has been produced in cooperation with regional blood transfusion directors. Announcing publication, Kenneth Clarke, Minister for Health, said, it has been suggested that AIDS may be transmitted in blood or blood products. There is no conclusive proof that this is so. Nevertheless, I can well appreciate the concern that this suggestion may cause. We must continue to minimise any possible risk of transmission of the disease by blood donation, but it is not possible to test a person's blood for the presence of AIDS. The best measure which can be taken at the present time is to ask people who think they may have AIDS or be at risk from it to refrain from giving blood. This is what this leaflet sets out to do. So pausing there, Lord Clarke, and just so that you know where the questions are going to be heading, I'm going to be asking you in a few minutes, once we've looked at some other documents, about the use of the phrase no conclusive proof. But we can see it set out there. And I just want to see what advance notice you had of the press release by looking at a couple of other documents. So if we look at DHSC 0002309_034, this is a document which is a minute of the 26th of August 1983 from your private office, Mr. Naismith, to Mr. Winstanley in the Health Services Division.
Yes, you showed me this yesterday.
Indeed. The purpose of showing you this again is simply that we can see from the first paragraph that you've been shown a question and answer briefing and the press statement prepared. Again, I can take you to further.
And that was obviously, I was told about that obviously in the background briefing that would have accompanied the draft press notice I was given.
Indeed, and we should have that. I think it's the next few pages. Let me just double check. Yes, if we turn over the page, we can see this is the text of the draft statement that you were approving. It's not 100% identical to the final press statement, but in terms of the relevant passages, there's no, I think, material difference. So you'll see the draft statement being submitted to you, end of the second line. It has been suggested that AIDS may be transmitted in blood or blood products. There is no conclusive proof that this is so.
Yes,
nevertheless,
it's essentially the same.
Essentially, yes. And if we just go, I think for the sake of completeness, through the question and answer brief that you were also being sent, which is on the next page. There are, is there a page before that, Shane? So with the third page. that's it. So there are a number of references in this document to the phrase no conclusive evidence or no conclusive proof, and I'm just going to highlight those. So we can see paragraph 2, what is being done to protect haemophiliacs. I must emphasise that there is no conclusive evidence that AIDS is transmitted through blood products, but there is no means of testing for the presence of AIDS, etc. So that's there. If we go over the page to the bottom of the next page, at the bottom, the suggested question and answer for what is the government doing to stop imports of Factor VIII from America. I must emphasise that there's no conclusive evidence that AIDS has been transmitted by American blood products. Factor VIII is essential to the treatment of many haemophiliacs, and the possible risk of infection from AIDS must be balanced against the obvious risks of not having enough Factor VIII. And then if we go to the next page, paragraph 21, halfway down the page, the question, why issue a leaflet at all? The suggested answer that's being given to you by way of briefing is, while there is no conclusive evidence that AIDS is transmitted through blood or blood products, we believe that it is right that blood donors should be fully informed about AIDS, and we've produced an information leaflet for blood donors which asks those who think they may have had AIDS or be at risk from it not to donate blood.
Could we just go back to the first of those pages, the Q&A brief?
Page 3 of the document, Shomik.
Is number 3. Is anything known about the means of transmission?
The mechanisms by which the disease is transmitted and the causative agent or agents are not known. However, most of the blank cases in this country have occurred in male homosexuals or intravenous drug abusers. This is consistent with the pattern observed in other countries.
So there's nothing known about the way in which it's transmitted, but nonetheless, to avoid the risk, one should not take blood from those who might be in those high-risk groups.
That would appear to be the thrust of that's part of the message. So yes. So, Lord Clarke, if we just go back to the first page of the document, I think, would it be right to understand from what's set out by your private office in the first paragraph, you saw the draft press statement, you saw the question and answer briefing?
Oh yeah, sure. I would if I put out a press release.
So
it will be put out in my name because I was much better known to the media and to the public because all the controversies I was in the middle of in the health service, as one always is in the health service, than Simon was, and I was also more accustomed, if any interviews arose, to doing interviews, and so in order to get more publicity, actually, they would tend to put it out in my name. But I wasn't the author of any of it.
Again, just so that we can follow through the trail of documents, if we just look at DHSC 0002321_034, it's a document we looked at yesterday, so I'm just going back to it for another purpose now. So this was the minutes from your office on the 31st of August 1983, again about the issue in relation to the first leaflet. But we can see... I
don't think I've seen this before.
We did look at it yesterday, Lord Clarke. Paragraph 2, I've now spoken to MSH, who's commented as follows.
Yes, we had this yesterday.
Yes.
I obviously had forgotten, and I was obviously slightly apologised. I had forgotten that I had earlier agreed with what I was now being worried by.
Yes, and the purpose for going back to it today, Lord Clarke, is just to look at the second paragraph of your comments, where you say, subject to any last-minute views by Lord Glenarthur, I'm content for us to proceed on this basis. The press notice can be issued with the minor amendments I have made. So you've... precisely what those minor amendments are, I don't think we know, but I don't think...
Because we haven't got the original documents,
no. But in any event, can it be taken from that you are positively approving the terms of the press notice, are you not?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't put out a press notice in my name without my having approved it. Nor would they answer a written... I mean, I would have to clear a press notice being put out in my name, just like a written question. I would have to clear the answer. Nothing was put out without, or should never have been, and I don't think ever was. Nothing should be put out in my name without my actually signing up to it.
And then the final document in relation to the September press release is at DHSC 000 2321_031. This is a minute which we didn't look at yesterday and which I don't think would have come across your desk. It's the 2nd of August 1983 from Mr. Parker to Dr. Wolford. What it refers to in the second paragraph is a paragraph from one of the ministerial submissions had been missing, and so the relevant paragraph is attached. I just want to go over the page and see what that paragraph was, again, just so that we can see what the department's thinking was in relation to the press statement.
This is from Mr. Parker to Diana Walford, is it?
That's right. And if we just go to the second page, this was the paragraph that had been missing from one of the submissions sent to you, and I think sent to Lord Glenarthur, and I think you. The draft ministerial statement, so that's the press statement enclosed, is low-key, puts the problem of AIDS into perspective and justifies the leaflet initiative. If ministers agree that the leaflet should now be printed, it should be ready for publication by the middle of August, and the statement could be incorporated in a press release to coincide with this, and we've seen that that was done. The question arises, however, as to whether there is any need to publicise the leaflets available. Arguments for a statement, so this is an argument for a statement to be released by you, would appear to be...
Yes, this is why we're putting out a press release.
Exactly.
It seems to have succeeded with headlines like "Docs ban gay blood."
The reasons being set out for a press release or a statement from ministers: political and media interest, including Lord Glenarthur's statement in the Lords that we are considering a leaflet, points to the need for a statement during the recess. B, the need for the government to be seen to be taking a positive step in an area where, because of the lack of knowledge of the cause of the disease and its treatment, there is limited scope for action. So would it be right to understand, and again, I'm conscious you probably didn't see this at the time, but I anticipate there may be nothing here that surprises you. It's being suggested here that there are two reasons for putting out a statement, a press notice. One is political and media interest, and the other is to show that the government is taking a positive step.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Yeah.
No, I think you probably haven't. So that was the first time you used the phrase, I think, no conclusive proof.
Which we carried on using for quite a long time.
Yes, and we'll just look at the second time you used it. I've already asked Lord Glenarthur about the occasions he...
Well, it was used by all the ministers repeatedly for many months. We're not going to go through them all.
No, we're going to go simply through the two statements that you made, Lord Clarke. PRSE 0000886. And you'll see, if we zoom in towards the top half of the page, this is a written parliamentary answer on the...
This is Hansard, yeah.
Yes, 14th of November 1983. And then if we look top right-hand corner, under the heading Blood Products Imports, Mrs. Curry asked the Secretary of State for Social Services what advice has been given to hospitals concerning the use of imported Factor VIII in the light of recent concern about its possible contamination with the causative agent of acquired immune deficiency syndrome. And then here is your written response. There is no conclusive evidence that acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, is transmitted by blood products. The use of Factor VIII concentrates is confined almost exclusively to designated haemophilia centres whose directors and staff are expert in this field. Professional advice has been made available to all such centres in relation to the possible risks of AIDS from this material.
Right.
Now, before we come back to the use of the phrase no conclusive evidence or no conclusive proof, I just want to ask you about what's said in the last sentence of the written answer. And I think I'm right in understanding we don't have the briefing documents that would have
that makes it difficult,
been provided to you. But you, I think you addressed this in your statement, and we'll have a look at it. So, professional advice has been made available to all such centres in relation to the possible risks of AIDS from this material. Would you, looking at that now, would you have understood that to be a reference to professional advice being made available by the government, or not?
Well, one might, but it doesn't, if you wanted to know, that's a question you'd ask, wouldn't it? I mean, yeah, I might, but it isn't altogether clear, I agree. I say, the decisions that mattered had to be taken by these haemophilia doctors. I mean, that's where the key decisions were taken. And they would rely on, firstly, the professional conferences. They'd all explained, they'd all have views. They'd rely on the medical journals and keeping up to date in their specialty. And they rely on anything else that was put out by way of advice, including advice from the department. And I obviously, with the draft thing, was told that professional advice had been made available to all the haemophilia centres.
And just so that we can see what you've said about this in your witness statement, Seamus, could we have Lord Clarke's first statement up on screen, WITN 0758, you're ahead of me, thank you, page 90.
As you will see, we are every day, we would answer large numbers of written questions on every subject under the sun that was in our department.
So it's the bottom of the page, paragraph 7.117. I am asked what the professional advice was that was made available to the designated haemophilia centres in relation to the possible risks of AIDS from this factor 8 concentrates. In the absence of having seen the explanatory brief which would have accompanied a draft of this answer, I cannot say what information about this was provided to me at the time. So you don't know what that's based on, in other words, that statement in hand?
No, I can't remember. I mean, after 40 years, I can't remember what explanation the brief gave.
No, and it's one of the number
one sentence in a written answer.
Yes, and it's one of the number of briefs that have not been located. You go on to say this. However, I understand that on the 24th of June 1983, the Chairman and Secretary of the UK Haemophilia Centre Directors Organisation, Professor Bloom and Dr Ritzer, wrote to all Haemophilia Centre Directors, summarising the discussions at a meeting of the UK Haemophilia Reference Centre Directors on the 13th of May 1983. And then you say in the last sentence, I am further informed that this advice continued to be discussed and kept under review by the UK.
This was by the Department of Health legal team who drafted answers to questions. I didn't produce these hundreds of answers to hundreds of questions. We gave as full answers as we could in order to try to be helpful. And so when I say understand, it was the legal people working on this who told me that. I'm sure they did it in order to be helpful. And the legal people, I mean, I hadn't heard of this until, really, until you asked a question. I'd forgotten I'd ever answered this written question.
That's really what I wanted to understand, Lord Clarke. When you refer, excuse me, when you refer in your statement to this June letter, and I can put it up on screen.
Yeah, I've never seen the June letter.
You hadn't seen it at the time. Is it right? This is being suggested now as possibly material that your answer.
Well, I might have seen it then. I mean, one of the daft things about this is you're asking such detail about events 40 years ago in a busy government department where this was a tiny, tiny proportion of my activity. And I'm sorry. The only truthful answer I can give is that right now, 40 years later, I haven't a clue whether I then saw the letter from the chairman and secretary of the Haemophilia Society. If I told you I had or hadn't, you very sensibly would not believe me. You wouldn't believe I could remember that. It's, great respect. It's quite obvious that no one can answer these questions. We're engaged in historical research here with the elderly survivors, the ones that haven't died so far, of those who were in the department at the time, and in meticulous detail, which is inconceivable that any witness could possibly remember. This was true for half of yesterday.
Lord Clarke...
You've got the documents, why don't you use the documents?
Lord Clarke, it's quite useful for me to know, because you yourself have said a moment or two ago that the central decisions were taken by the clinicians who were treating individuals.
Yes, absolutely.
And this press release says that they had been given professional guidance. So you understand, it's quite useful for us.
They were specialist haemophilia doctors. They were the world's experts on the whole subject.
It's quite useful for us as an inquiry to know what the professional guidance was. And you yourself...
I agree. Well, I understand that, but expecting me to remember content of letters that I might or might not have seen 40 years ago, with great respect, is slightly wasting time.
Bear with me for a moment. I think the point that Council was exploring, as I understand it, you'll tell me if I'm wrong, was that this part of your statement isn't actually coming from recollection, because no one would expect you to remember this.
As I say, it begins by saying I cannot say what information about this was provided to me at the time.
And the information, therefore, that is put...
I thought it was... I did obviously agree with the people helping me draft the answers that it might be helpful to add information which they told me about, which was that this letter had been sent and so on.
I think what is particularly helpful to me about that is that the best that those advising you at the time when you made this statement could do, by way of identifying any form of professional advice, is to refer to the letter on the 24th of June 1983 and to nothing else.
Well, I don't know how many documents are left by which they could research what had been done.
The letter means something to us for other evidence that we've had in this inquiry, and it is a support, I think, for the inquiry's conclusion that it can find no other reference to any other professional advice. That was the point you were making, was it?
Indeed, sir, and conscious that Lord Clarke had identified this particular letter in a witness statement to which he has signed and attested a statement of truth.
And it is.
And what we don't know is how many documents which documents have been kept and which haven't from that time. If you want the full answer to what happened in 1983 and what advice went to, is unless you've got some direct evidence from someone who claims to remember, nobody knows. All you can do is do your best from such documents as still survive.
Indeed. Lord Clarke, you referred to the difficulty...
You're doing historical research, really, in such documents as you've been able to recover, thousands of them.
You referred to the difficulty of an inquiry investigating matters decades later. This is an issue which we may touch on when we look at your involvement as Secretary of State for Health, but and the haemophilia litigation. Can you recall whether you gave consideration to the possibility of establishing an inquiry rather closer in time to the events when you were Secretary of State for Health, when everything would have been fresh in everyone's mind?
We didn't have these public inquiries then. Anything they were, I can't remember when it started. This habit of having them, but no, I don't think I did. There were inquiries. There have been 2 inquiries already, but they were set up by people outside the department. There was one, I can't remember who held them now. There's one in Scotland, and there was an English one as well.
Lord Archer's inquiry in England.
Unfortunately, both came to the wrong conclusion from the point of view of the campaigners. I didn't give evidence to either, because I wasn't the minister responsible, so they couldn't see the need for calling me.
Can I ask you to look at another paragraph in your witness statement, please? Seamus, it's page 89 of the witness statement. Paragraph 7.113. You refer in your answer to a memo from Ms. Sabellis to Dr. Field relating to known AIDS cases as at the 9th of September 1983, which included the information that 2 patients were haemophiliacs who'd received American Factor VIII. I'm not going to, unless you want me to take you to that, you say that you would probably not have seen that table at the time. But you then go on to say this: however, from memory, it was not clear at the time that the very few haemophiliacs that were being reported to have contracted AIDS at this stage had contracted it from their treatment for haemophilia, as opposed to by other means, as other AIDS patients had, for example, through sexual activity. It was only when reports of haemophiliacs being infected in much higher numbers came to light that the position became clearer. Is it right to understand from that, Lord Clarke, that in terms of your thinking in autumn of 1983, you understood that it might be the case that the haemophiliac cases were actually cases of people who had contracted AIDS through sexual activity and not their treatment?
Well, that obviously was a possibility, until, as I go on to say, once it became obvious that haemophiliacs were suddenly, the numbers increased and they were disproportionately being affected. I mean, there's no reason to believe that the haemophiliacs are any different to any other members of the public in terms of their personal relationships and so on. So when you've only got 1 or 2, 3 perhaps, it's just possible that as you're beginning to acquire other people who'd acquired AIDS, as other people, so 1 or 2 of the people getting AIDS were haemophiliacs. That was one possibility. I mean, that's not the only reason why it was unclear at first. But the opinion of the medical profession was it was unclear. That's why they didn't stop giving the treatment.
I know I'll be corrected by your legal team if I'm wrong when I say this, Lord Clarke. I don't think we've seen any evidence from within the department, documentary or otherwise, to suggest that it was being advanced or considered that the cases that were known about, Cardiff case and other cases, were thought to be anything other than cases caused by treatment for haemophilia rather than sexual activity on the part of the individuals.
The scientific and medical advice we got is summed up the phrase, there is no conclusive proof that AIDS is transmitted. Well, whatever it is that does.
But you seem to be recalling in this paragraph of your witness statement a positive recollection that this was something that was at least going through your mind at the time?
Yes. I mean, not. I don't have some stark recollection of any discussion about it, but it seems to be obvious when you get the first 1 or 2 and they're haemophiliacs. I mean, for anybody, the first question you ask is this case any different from other cases we have? I mean, just the fact that the patient has the misfortune of being a haemophiliac actually mean that the way they're caught AIDS is any different to anybody else. I mean, it seems to be a perfectly obvious question that would cross anybody's mind when you had the first 1 or 2 cases.
Do you think you would have asked that question of the officials?
Oh, I can't remember what. Again, I'm afraid I'm sorry. I should have. I must not. I shouldn't be quite so combative. But as I said a few moments ago, I can't conceivably remember details of conversations from 40 years ago on such an offbeat subject.
No, but you say it was a perfectly obvious question, and so I appreciate entirely you can't remember as a matter of fact whether you asked it. But if it's an obvious question to your mind, do you think it's likely that you would have asked it?
I have no idea. I just don't know when I'd have the opportunity. How on earth could you, if you only got, let's say you've only got 1 case, how on earth could you be certain that this case was not sexually transmitted like all the others? No one could possibly have come to that conclusion.
Why use the phrase no conclusive proof or no conclusive evidence in the first place?
Well, has anybody found any record of the meeting where the medics and scientists agreed on that? It was because it wasn't drafted by a minister. Our advice, the advice to us was, and the phrase we obviously, I can't remember us doing it, but somebody somewhere decided that was the best, most accurate line to take. And so, as I discovered when answering your questions, it was repeatedly used by every minister, as it were, obviously to have been settled on by somebody, as the best, most accurate line to describe where we were. And ordinary use of the English language, it plainly meant there's a strong possibility, but at the moment we can't be certain or sure. And we kept repeating that because that was the scientific advice we had, until whenever it was, a few months later, when it was becoming increasingly clear to the medics that there was, in fact, sufficient proof to be pretty certain that they were being transmitted. But we weren't playing down the possibility, indeed the probability, because the background, the context of it all was we were putting out a leaflet asking gay people not to give blood, and not only getting reported, but getting rather sensationalised reporting in bits of the press for doing so, because it was quite, I can't think of any, well, you immediately find some precedent, but off the cuff now, I can't think any precedent for such a dramatic thing as telling a particular section of the population to stop donating blood to the health service. And the phrase we used to explain the medical background was, we're doing this because there's a strong possibility that it's transmitting AIDS, but we can't be certain or sure about that.
Dr. Wolford.
It's perfectly accurate, the phrase. It seems to me, from what I'm looking at it now, and I've seen these documents, it's a perfectly accurate description of where medical opinion was. That's presumably why the real experts, the haemophilia doctors, were still using factor VIII.
Dr. Wolford told us that it was her own view that blood products were a likely cause of transmission.
A likely cause, yes.
From early 1983, and that was the mainstream view within the department, really by the middle of 1983. Can you help us with understanding why then the line to take was not, it is likely that AIDS is caused by blood products?
We tend to go on to say there's a possibility it can't be ruled out. I don't know. Only Diana Wolf got onto that. She would certainly have been involved in any meeting which settled this line to take. Ministers, I mean, it's true today in COVID. Ministers protest this publicly now. On clinical matters, scientific matters, any sensible minister has to be guided strongly by the advice you get from the clinical and scientific experts. You don't start inventing your own medical opinion. And you may challenge it if something very startling is put to you. Is that really so? And even said, well, surely this last week you told me X or something like that. My habit was, I think, rather to do that sometimes. As you'll see from the document, sometimes I'm asking questions. That's your role, that's your duty, and that's certainly what I used to do. But you don't start substituting your own amateur medical opinion for that of the experts, including, presumably, the experts who've consulted specialists in the whole field of haemophilia and specialists in the subject of AIDS. The ministers, no minister can possibly start substituting his or her judgment for what comes up in the end. And it was, and the trouble, as I said earlier on, is that the idea that every medic agrees, you usually find with new diseases. I mean, I'm never the only one I've ever been involved with, but the new disease, presumably, it's from COVID, it's become obvious as the COVID thing's gone along. There's a range of opinions, even amongst the experts, about exactly what's going on or what's likely to happen. And that's resolved in, things like the obscure subcommittee we were talking about yesterday. It's the medics and the scientists go to the colleagues they want to consult, they do the best they can to explore what's happening, and then they put up to the ministers, the laymen, the consensus they've reached in the end and what the line to take is. And of course you find outliers. You found this Mr. Galbraith yesterday. But in the end, if the balance of opinion is X, or if they decide as a team that is the best they can do, that is what they put to ministers. And that's where no conclusive proof came from. And until the medics changed their advice, it would have been positively irresponsible for a minister to change the use of the words.
Did you ever challenge your officials on why this phrase was being used?
I can't remember.
Do you think you would have asked your officials, is it
Well, if I doubted it, but it seems to me now a perfectly accurate description of the position we were in then. I mean, it's a strong... when you look at the other sentences with it, what the government was then saying was a strong possibility, probability perhaps, that it's being caused, but there's no conclusive evidence, so we can't be certain or sure. But the government was actually implementing a policy, the only really strong precaution we could take so far as British blood donation was concerned, asking gays to stop giving blood.
Let's just put back on the screen, please, the two statements, Seamus. So can we have side by side DHSC 0006401_006 and then PRSE 40886?
Did this go out in my name, this one?
They're the documents we've already looked at, Lord Clarke.
Oh, it
both
is.
in your
No,
name.
yes, it quotes my announcement.
Just want to go back to the language that was used. So if we look on the left-hand side, the press release, there's a reference to, and this is 4 lines down into it, possible risk of transmission. We must continue to minimise any possible risk of transmission. It's right, isn't it, that there's no reference there to probable or likely?
Well, obviously. We've got to do is read it.
Yes, I'm just trying to pick up on it in light of your answers a few moments ago, Lord Clarke. And if we look on the right-hand side...
I mean, you taking words out of one press release to try to concentrate an answer I've given 40 years later. If you look at the whole thing, the reason for all these documents is there was genuine concern that these American blood products were causing AIDS, but there was no certainty. There was no medic giving advice that it was certain or sure. And one of the documents we've gone through was setting out the various ways, and they're very limited ways, in which this risk could be mitigated. And actually, this is quite a dramatic step we were taking. I mean, the reason we were worried about the tone, it's hardly surprising that the popular press took off. We were telling gays, who were the victims of a very great deal of public prejudice at that time, to stop, asking them to consider stop giving blood. And things. Now, it's no good taking one phrase out of my answer and then pointing to one word in a press release you found from 1983. I think I'm answering the same question over and over again, but it's perfectly bloody obvious what we were doing, and we know perfectly well from all the evidence yesterday what the state of play was as far as the risks were concerned. And it was the agreed, presumably medical advice by the collectively, the lot of them, that we should use the phrase "there's no conclusive proof," and the ministers carried on using it until we were advised to stop using it.
Lord Clarke, you may also you may think it's also perfectly obvious, with or without an epithet attached, that the phrase probable or likely is not used in your written parliamentary answer. It's not.
Well, I can see that. Anybody who reads that can see that.
I'm great.
Pointless question.
Why?
We're not going to go on all day like this, are we? Doesn't this inquiry wish to reach a conclusion? I don't know how many years you've been going. It's extraordinary.
Might it be said, Lord Clarke, that you and the department, repeatedly using the line to take of no conclusive proof, were not being straightforward and candid with the public because you were not acknowledging the likely causal connection between AIDS and blood products?
But the word doesn't say, the line to take did not say blood products don't cause AIDS. It doesn't say that at all. That would be quite wrong, inaccurate, untrue. The meaning, in my opinion, if you give the ordinary meaning of the words, there's no conclusive proof. And if you look at the sentences around it, it is quite clear we're saying, there's a strong possibility, at least, that it causes AIDS. But there is, at the moment, no conclusive proof. We might find that, presumably it implies, hemophiliacs are acquiring it in some other way. I mean, and that doesn't just mean sexual activity. There might, for some peculiar reason, turn out to be some other way in which hemophiliacs. It's not my. It's not. I used it, but it's not my medical opinion. That is what I'm using the English language. This is how I interpret the phrase. And if you look at the whole documents, that is plainly what the department was saying, and I'm convinced that was. It doesn't matter, individual doctors, that was the collective view of the scientific experts in the department and those they consulted outside.
I'm going to invite you to consider giving a yes or no answer to this question, Lord Clarke.
I'm giving you long answers, I know, and I'm getting exasperated far too early in the morning, but it's quite obvious what there is no
Was
conclusive
the
proof
department being less than straightforward and candid in pursuing the no conclusive proof line to take?
Most definitely not. It's an absurd tabloid newspaper spin you're putting on it.
What was the purpose, in your view, of expressing the government's, the department's line to take in those terms?
The purpose was to do the best we could to inform people of an alarming situation, and explaining why we were taking such a drastic step as telling homosexuals, please, to stop giving blood. Which, as you can see from other documents, one of the things we were all certain, we did not want to feed homophobic reactions to all this. Hence my disgust, really, at some newspaper putting a headline, "Docs ban gay blood," which shows how little they were taking notice of these sensitivities.
Was the no conclusive proof line to take designed to encourage haemophiliacs to continue with their treatment?
That was the advice of their doctors. It was their doctors who decided. Obviously, they would have the consent of the patient. It was the experts in haemophilia medicine, the doctors, usually in expert centres, who were treating them, who advised them and allowed them to carry on taking blood products, including factor VIII, more than half of which, I think, was imported from America.
With respect, Lord Clarke, that's not an answer to the question. I'll repeat the question. Was the line to take of no conclusive proof designed, in part, to encourage haemophiliacs to continue with their treatment?
No, not particularly. It was the best explanation we could give of the risk that was making us take this precautionary step.
Was it designed in part to allay public concern or avoid panic?
Yeah, I assume you'll have to ask whoever was the author. I don't know which meeting, I didn't invent the phrase. I don't know where the phrase came from when it was put in front of me, but it strikes me as a layman, a non-medic, as a 100% accurate description of where we then were.
When we look at DHSC 0002375_034, please. This is not a document from your time in office, Lord Clarke. This is a minute dated the 20th of October 1987, and it attaches a detailed chronology prepared in collaboration with Dr. Smithers. And then if we go to DHSC 0002375_035.
Yep.
We'll see the chronology. I want to invite your attention to two parts of it. The first,
I don't think I've ever seen this before, have I?
well, it's been provided to you in advance of you giving evidence, Lord Clarke. Whether you've read it or not,
Well, I've got
thousands,
thousands, folder on folder of that.
So if we look at paragraph 2, it says throughout 1983, the government's public line in private office cases and parliamentary replies was that there was no conclusive evidence that AIDS was transmitted by blood products. This statement was strictly true, and in view of the very small number of UK cases, was intended to reduce public anxiety. Is that your view of what in part the purpose of the statement was?
Well, whoever produced this had done some research into the background to it all.
So reducing public anxiety would have been part and parcel of the thinking?
Well, I presume there was no point, yes, as I was saying yesterday, just causing panic when we would not have helped at all. But it's not misleading, the phrase, in my opinion.
And then if we go, please, to page 5.
Now, you messed out the last bit, when you said little positive action could be taken except by limiting the donors. That was the problem since set out one of the earlier ones, I admit.
Yes, well...
What exactly is it being suggested anybody could have done?
Look, Clarke, I think we went over this ground in some detail yesterday afternoon.
No, we didn't, not really. We went round to a hair-splitting analysis of 40-year-old documents.
Well,
the point we should be getting to is, with the benefit of hindsight, of course, what do we now think should have been done? what might have been done if only we'd known how big the risk was, that would have saved lives. That is what I hope the inquiry is concentrating on, because the purpose of this inquiry is to see if there are any lessons that could be learned if ever the situation arises again in future pandemics. So, as obviously we've spent some years already and had lots of witnesses, it must be arriving at the stage, given we have full 100% hindsight now of the tragic death of nearly 3,000 people, what if they'd known what the risk, what was going to happen, if they'd known what we now know, what might have saved it, what could have been done? And I think, had we known then what we knew only 2 years later, the haemophiliac doctors would have stopped using factor 8 and would have faced the storm that would have been faced by stopping such a treatment of haemophiliacs, doing great damage to the quality of life of the haemophiliacs, but saving their lives. That if only we'd realised what the scale of the risk was and how contaminated this American stuff was, I can't think of anything else that might have been done. But as it's quite obvious from the documents, that nobody had taken on board that the tragedy that was about to happen was going to happen, because it was a completely new, unprecedented situation.
Lord Clarke, we did go over those issues yesterday afternoon.
I know, it seems to me they're the only issues to go over. This who said what in a conversation sometime in 1983, great respect, you may gather, I'll shut up and I'll count to 10, and I'll come out. If we're going to spend a day on who said what to whom in a conversation, in June 1983, I shall just have to stop being a grumpy old man. I'm sorry if I'm being rather upsetting, but I must just settle down and answer the damn questions, most of which I can't remember, because I can't remember who said what in conversations, and I can't remember these documents until you put them in front of me.
Lord Clarke, it may assist if you listen to the question and answer the question. It may be a quicker process. If we look at paragraph 13...
on the whole, answered the same questions over and over again.
Well, I don't think this is a question I've asked you yet, Lord Clarke, so if I may. We have no record of any public utterance from the government which acknowledged the infectivity of factor 8 until the 20th of December 1984. Does that surprise you, Lord Clarke, that although no conclusive proof is abandoned at some stage by March of 1984, there's no
abandoned in March 1984.
I'll show you the documents in a moment, Lord Clarke. Does it surprise you that there's no public utterance acknowledging factor 8 as an infectious agent until that point?
Surprising.
In terms of the abandonment of the line to take, we'll just show you.
And then it's in December, is it, that the chief medical officer actually does publicly refer to heat treatment, because that was the other thing that came too late, but that would have saved lives if we'd had heat treatment earlier. But I don't know where it came from, which scientists, which research produced heat treatment which stopped it being infectious.
If we look at PRSC 0001580, Lord Clarke, this is a newspaper article from the 25th of March 1984. This is actually from a version that appears in the Department of Health's own files. And you'll see it reports in the first paragraph, transfusion, this is in the States, transmission of AIDS to a hospital patient through a blood transfusion. If we go...
And it's from Los Angeles.
It is. I'm just showing you that because it's the context for the next document, which is DHSC 0002239_089.
Sorry, can I just have a look at this press release? Seems nothing else is relevant.
Keep that on there. Perhaps if we go towards the bottom of the page, if you look at the last two paragraphs in the left-hand column, Lord Clarke, you'll see it says, this is referring to the States, Most of the victims are homosexual men who contracted AIDS through sexual contact, but at least 70 people who had blood transfusions, either haemophiliacs or hospital patients, some of them babies. The suspicion that the blood was to blame.
So they're in the same position in America. The suspicion that the blood was to blame has now, March 1984, become proof.
Well, that's what a journalist is.
That's what the Sunday Times says. I have no reason to doubt that. Before that, they've been in the same position that we were.
Well, I think the fact of people becoming infected through transfusions or blood products.
Well, I think, if I may say so, I think it's relevant to ask what other countries were doing, because there were whole lots of ministers and whole lots of doctors facing exactly the same problem across Western Europe, and most particularly in the United States, where it all came from.
Very good point, Lord Clarke. Did you ever ask, because in your time as Minister?
No, I don't think I ever did,
doing?
because I wasn't the minister responsible for this, but I was with hindsight, it might have been a good idea to have asked.
Would you have expected those questions to be asked at least within the department, leaving aside the question of who?
I have no idea. Well, you better ask the people who, let's say, the medics there.
Well, no.
But it's, presumably you've done a lot of research on what was being done in other countries in the course of this inquiry.
I'm not asking you what, as a matter of fact, what discussions did take place on that issue, because I
didn't ask. The answer is no, I didn't ask at the time. Perhaps looking back, I wish I had.
Would you, my question...
We were told the Americans were taking steps, quite understandably, to try to improve they were as worried as we were, I'm sure. So they were taking steps to try to solve this problem with their blood products, because the Americans were treating American patients with the same stuff that we were treating British statements. And America is not a backward country in medical terms. I'm sure the American medical establishment was making pretty desperate efforts to try to minimize the risk. And if this is correct, and I have no reason to doubt it, they became certain that this was how people were getting AIDS in March 1984.
Would you have expected that the department would be investigating what was happening in other countries?
Well, they might, yes. It's too easy. It's too easy for us all to sit here and say, "Oh, of course I'd expect them to do that." This is the wisdom of hindsight. 40 years later, we had no idea. Probably on neither side of the Atlantic, at the scale of the catastrophic tragedy that was about to hit thousands of people.
If we go to DHSC 0002239_089, this is a note written in the Department of Health files, and our understanding is that it's associated with the newspaper article. But what it actually says is, we dropped, there is no conclusive proof that AIDS is transmitted through blood or blood products from our standard line some time ago. Do you have any knowledge or recollection, Lord Clarke, of the circumstances in which, or the reasons for which that line was dropped?
No, I do not. I'd say I don't know whether the phrase was first drafted. I don't have any recollection of when or how it was dropped, or how ministers were advised to drop it. I just can't remember after all this time.
We can take that down, thank you. Do you accept, Lord Clarke, that the line to take should have included express recognition of the likelihood, the probability that AIDS could be transmitted through blood and blood products?
Well, every time we've used it, it's in a context where it's quite obvious that likelihood, that possibility, was exactly why we were taking the actions we were taking. I mean, it's a drafting point.
Do you accept, Lord Clarke, I'm going to repeat the question because I'm not sure you've answered it, that the line to take should have included an express recognition of the likelihood or probability that AIDS could be transmitted through blood or blood products?
Really? It's perfectly bloody obvious that everybody was working on that basis. This is just a drafting argument.
These are the statements that your department elected to make to the public,
and there's no secrecy.
Parliamentarians.
There's no secrecy about the fact there's a serious worry that people might be getting AIDS from blood products. That's hundreds of documents are concerned with that very problem, and every statement to the public, it's quite obvious as the press were interpreting it quite clearly. It's quite obvious what is causing the concern. It is accurate, it seems to me, unless you can find some medical opinion I've never seen before. Seems to me, having looked at these documents, the no conclusive proof phrase, these three words are taken out as though they're loaded with significance. The no conclusive proof is a perfectly accurate description of the then medical opinion. And to start making arguments by taking three words out of context, out of a paragraph, and then when the three words, it seems to me, you can't demonstrate they're inaccurate. We've spent half an hour on this.
I think by now...
when tabloid journalists do this, they don't usually take half an hour labouring it with the greatest respect.
I think by now I have Lord Clarke's answer very clearly in my head.
Going to turn on to the question of AIDS screening tests and the introduction of those. So this is testing blood donations for AIDS.
Yeah, I remember all that.
If we just pick matters up, and I'm going to show you a handful of documents just so that we can see the chronology and then ask you some questions about them. We can pick matters up, I think, at DHSC 40445.
Who is this to? Who's it addressed to?
It's addressed to Dr. Smithers, who was
yeah.
Dr. Wolford's successor.
And these people...
and it's really, you may not have seen this particular document, but it's really just to help us start looking at the chronology, Lord Clarke. So it's the 31st of July 1984. It refers to a discussion of a meeting, no suggestion that you would have been present, Lord Clarke, on the 31st of July. And we can just see, picking it up in the second paragraph.
And that's 1984?
Yes, I'm so sorry, Lord. So yes.
Sorry, when in 1984?
It was agreed, this is the second paragraph, that ministers should be made aware of the arrangements to screen all blood donors at North West London Regional Transfusion Centre to start in October. And then there's reference to there being a note to go up to ministers. So you'll see from this, in around the middle of 1984, the possibility of screening was being discussed within the department.
But there wasn't, by this stage, I think, a test which had been developed which could be relied upon. Again, it's just like COVID. You can't really make much progress with testing and screening until you're satisfied that the test is safe and that the test is accurate to the required degree. It's no good having large numbers of false positives and false negatives, and that again is always a question of the progress of medical research.
Yes, and we'll come on to that. I'm just, as I say, want to just try and work through what was being seen when. So if we go to DHSC 40443, this is a minute of the 31st of August 1984 to Mr. Cash and Mr. Joyce, and it's a briefing note. So here being sent, I think, to Lord Glenarthur's private office rather than, I think, your own. And then if we just look over the page, and this is to understand the state of knowledge within the department rather than your own, Lord Clarke, publication of a paper in the Lancet and the Guardian on the use of a screening test for AIDS, devised by teams at the Institute of Cancer Research in the Middlesex Hospital. Ministers are aware, this is under the heading summary from the AIDS leaflet submission, which you had seen, that a blood test for AIDS antibody is under development. This background note provides further briefing to cover publication in the Lancet of a paper on the results of the use of this blood screening test. And then there's reference to aspects of the Guardian article being misleading. And then we can see further down, there's a description of the test. I'm not going to go through the details of that. Go to the top of the next page. We can see under the heading the results. talks about the results of the test seeming to confirm that individuals suffering from AIDS and a high percentage of those who may be developing AIDS itself or a milder form of the disease carry an antibody in their blood. And then bottom of the page,
it says it is not yet known what this means.
Use of the test in the UK to ensure our blood donations are free of the risk of causing AIDS. The preliminary reports of the use of the test are very encouraging in that they show that none of the 1,000 UK blood donors tested carried any antibody to AIDS. Let's hope this test will be extended as we learn more about its meaning to a larger number of donors. It's in a very early stage of development, and the reagents necessary to carry out the tests are in short supply, and then there's a reference to trying to address that situation. And then heading conclusion, officials consider the identification of the presence of the antibody should not be a cause for alarm, but rather is positive proof that useful research and development of this test is going ahead with the ultimate aim of an increase in knowledge of this condition and the protection of our UK blood supply. So that's what the understanding within the department is at the end of August of 1984. Then want to show you one more document that you...
Yes, research and development of the test was going ahead.
Then I just want to show you one more document again that you wouldn't have seen at the time before we look at then your own involvement. So DHSC 0101679.
Sorry, who's this from and who's this to?
Sorry, this might be the wrong reference. It's from, again, it's not copied to you. It's 26th of October 1984, but in fact it's not, I think. No, I think no, it may be the right one. So if we, it's from a Mr. Williams, I think, to a Mr. Staniforth. Yes, it does provide the background for the documents I want to ask you about. So if we look at the heading, blood test for AIDS, bid for £2 million for 1985 to 1986. As discussed by telephone with Mr. Lillywhite, the relative impression of our bid, guesstimate of £1 per test and times 2 million donations per annum, should not be confused with the high priority which we attach to the need for such a test. At present, a UK test is being developed, and it is known that a USA commercial test or tests are likely to be launched soon. It is thus almost certain that some tests will be available by the start of the financial year 1985 to 1986. The department will be unable to resist pressure and indeed on policy grounds would support the move to introduce a test to show that every blood donation, whether for immediate blood transfusion and or subsequent manufacture of blood products, is free from AIDS contamination. It is anticipated that ministers, to secure the credibility and reputation of the National Blood Transfusion Service and BPL's blood products, will wish to instruct regional health authorities, regional transfusion centres to adopt the new test. Presentationally, this would be better done with offers of funding assistance rather than as the imposition of a ministerial priority to be funded from within RAWP allocation. So you'll see there, Lord Clarke, that what's being said within the department is support for the introduction of a test, wanting to instruct regional transfusion centres at the appropriate stage to adopt that, but the suggestion there that there should be some central funding is the issue being canvassed in this document. Would you accept that?
This particular document, yeah, that's something you suggested. They're discussing making a bid for central funding.
A bid, and that's what I want to then ask you about, because the bid does come to your attention. So if we look at WITN 0758011. This is a minute. It's addressed to Miss Bateman, who was in your private office, yes? Is that right, Lord Clarke?
Sorry, is this?
Addressed to Miss Bateman.
Miss Bateman, yes, I think she was Sarah Bateman was in my office.
And if we go to the 4th page, we'll see the date. bottom of the page, 31st of October 1984. We go back to the first page. We'll see in the first paragraph, this submission seeks ministers' views on the level of HCHS central reserves for 1985 to 1986. And there are then various possible or anticipated bids set out. I'm not going to go through most of them, which are unrelated.
Well, there's always the whole day-to-day operation of health policy and the health service, always competing bids for finite resources, and they're perfectly worthwhile. Demands for bids just rise all the time. You're like running upwards on a downward-going escalator all the time. There's perfectly worthwhile ways of spending money are presented to you, and you have to choose which ones you're going to spend.
And if we go to the third page and look at the top of the page, paragraph 8, we'll see reference to some new bids. And I'm going to pick it up in the fourth line. HS Division have advised that the proposed central funding of AIDS tests, when a testing technique is developed before 1985 to 86, will be politically difficult to resist, though the cost estimate of £2 million is provisional only. And then it goes on to talk about other bids. So that's the information being provided to you in the submission. And then if we look at the discussion...
Yes, it's giving opinions on various competing bids.
Yes. We look at the discussion, or such record of it as we have, at DHSC 00033009_052. We can see from the top of the page, note of a meeting to discuss HCHS Central Reserves held 13th of November 1984, present, and we see that you, Lord Clarke, were present as MSH. The meeting considered Mrs. Banks's submission of the 31st of October, that's the document we just looked at. The following decisions were reached with regard to the level and areas of expenditure of the central revenue and capital programmes, and then various ones are either agreed or not agreed. And then we can see bottom of the page the heading new bids. The following new bids were agreed, and a number there set out. And then if we go over the page, we can see at 4 it says it was agreed not to make provision for the following. And then the fifth item there is AIDS tests. Hypothetical, additional should be expenditure for regions, not central preemption.
Yes, the transfusion service was organised on a regional basis.
So is it right to understand from this that the bid for central funding for the AIDS tests that we saw referred to in the earlier documents was rejected on two grounds, hypothetical and...
Hypothetical means we haven't got a test yet. That was, I assume, I take it that's what it means. I don't know what it means, but that's what I assume it means.
And why was it your view or the meeting's view that...
Well, presumably I can't remember. I mean, if you look at... You're asking me to remember the details of a meeting where we discussed even on this little bit, special medical developments, central clearing scheme, that should be, problems arising with primary care, green paper, the thrombosis research unit, blood products at Hammersmith Hospital. I'm afraid I can't remember, firstly, how much we discussed in detail. This was all based on the recommendations of the so-called management group in the department who did all the detailed work. And then you wind up with a meeting at which because I was responsible for these financial things, but it's no good asking me if you go through all the items in this document, do I remember who said what, or how we arrived at the conclusion. It is merely my guess, 40 years later, that we came to that conclusion because, the regional transfusion directors and their teams, we did organise the thing regionally. So the regional health authority budget should be the place you looked for the money. There seems to be no suggestion that anybody was not going to buy AIDS tests if we did develop one that worked.
And can you recall more generally, I understand you can't recall the particular meeting or the particular item, but can you recall more generally, was there an established practice or approach as to the kind of criteria that would be used to decide if something was going to be centrally funded or regional?
Well, I mean, there's a whole variety of judgments. It's very difficult. Say the problem of health policy, I imagine, ever since the health service was founded, is the terribly difficult choices you have to make between competing priorities. I said, any given stage, I'm sure it's true for my successors as minister, even as we speak, there are lots and lots of worthwhile bids to spend more money, an ever-mounting pile of irresistible ones that you've got to allow because of clinical advance. And you have a whole management team, you have lots of discussions in the department, finally you have ministerial meetings, and some you can do now, some are going to have to wait until you see how much you can get out of the Treasury for next year. That's the day-to-day process of management a giant organisation like the National Health Service.
So we've got to nearly 15:15, and the next series of documents might take a little longer, so perhaps the right moment for a morning break.
Yes, so we'll take a break.
I'm sorry if I'm getting exasperated. I'll take a break and have a coffee and try to behave more reasonably, but this really is an extraordinary process, in my opinion.
Well,
it's going
if I may, Lord Clarke, the process involves looking, as is inevitable, at documents from the past, of which, because it is so far in the past in many cases, there are few people left who can tell us what actually happened, if they can remember. You've told us repeatedly that you can't remember. I've got that picture. But if you do remember, it will be very helpful to have that memory. If you can't remember, you can't remember. And I shall look at the document and draw conclusions from that. But that's the nature of the process. And you're here because you were there, and you are still available to answer questions. And that's why we've trespassed on your time to be here. So enjoy your coffee, and we'll see you at 11:45.
But all I can say is, if anybody tells you they remember why a particular conclusion was reached on one item in that consideration of central financing, I would say don't believe them.
Seamus, could we have DHSC 40435, please? Lord Clarke, this is a document which might shed some further light on what your thinking had been at the time about the question of funding, and so for the sake of completeness I'm going to show it to you and ask if you have any observations to add. It's a minute dated the 23rd of November 1984 from Dr. Abrams to Dr. Smithers.
So I wasn't very keen on spending the £2 million.
Yes. What it says, I'll just read it.
So they're advising each other clearly, which I need to play the strong devil advocate's role with the working group next week.
Yes, the briefing session last night with the Minister of State for Health for his TV interview revealed that he has strong views on spending money on the blood test for HTLV3. He felt that to spend around £2 million was not cost effective when there were so few AIDS cases, and that money could be better spent elsewhere. Just pausing there, do you think that's likely to be an accurate reflection of what your views are?
I have no reason to doubt it. That obviously was my view.
Which,
with hindsight, was obviously, tragically, an incorrect opinion to hold. It was a bit... but that was when we got just a handful of AIDS cases.
And then, as you say, it records arguments being set out by the civil servant or medical officer. Widespread use was a virtual certainty in the US, demonstrating publicly we're doing all we could to show that our blood is safe, the parallel with hepatitis. So that was, in any event...
It also shows that other people by then were holding up the donor leaflet because the working group wanted to consider it.
Yes, I didn't ask you about that yesterday, Lord Clarke, because that just accounts for a few days in the overall time, and so it doesn't seem particularly useful to do so. Can we then go to January of 1985 and look at DHSC 40562? This is a minute dated the 11th of January 1985 from Dr. Smithers to Dr. Aldersdale. And you'll see it says in the first paragraph, CMO wish to consider this submission prepared with administrative colleagues for ministers to obtain approval in principle for the introduction of a screening test for AIDS antibodies in the National Blood Transfusion Service. Lord Clarke, this draft submission went to the CMO as far as we can understand and not to you, but we don't have the final submission. Documents that I won't bore you with suggest that there were no material changes between the two. So I'm going to ask you just to look at the draft submission over the page. As I say, on the basis, our understanding is that this is effectively the document that went to you on the 15th of January, so a few days later. Summary. This submission describes the public health problems that the spread of AIDS presents and the need to reduce as far as possible the risk of its transmission by blood and blood products. It seeks ministers' agreement in principle to the introduction of a test to screen all blood donations for evidence of infection with the AIDS virus. Then we see the background is set out. I don't think we need to go through the detail of that.
Yes, just sort of comment. What we're talking about here is British blood donations, which I think before the break we saw there'd been a survey and they tested 1,000 blood donations and not found any case of AIDS. The strong suspicion was that the deaths that are set out here were being caused by American blood products. So this question of screening British blood donors was actually, was at that stage, it appeared, concerning a tiny number of possible cases, and I don't know when or whether we ever had a case where anybody died as a result of blood transfusion. I'm sure we did, but they were very, very rare. All this has nothing to do with American blood products.
You're right, Lord Clarke, that this is concerned with the safety of the blood supply in the UK. Perhaps we should look at paragraph 2C.
Yes, you'll find something which answers my question.
I hope so, and there are indeed other documents that answer the question too. But it says, whilst no cases of AIDS have arisen in the UK yet as a result of blood transfusion, 3 recipients of blood donations given by a patient who now has AIDS are known to have been infected with the virus. So, Lord Clarke, by this time...
So it's 3, yeah.
There were 3 known to be infected. There's a document from the Chief Medical Officer which addresses this. And it just hadn't yet developed into the syndrome of AIDS.
And it has been used in Factor 8 as well.
Yes, plasma from one of these donations has contaminated a pool of plasma from many other donors and used to make Factor 8. Yep. There's evidence of some 38 cases being 38 hemophiliacs, I think, who've been treated with that batch.
And what does it go on to say about America?
And then, sorry, could we just say, just in Scotland, a batch of Factor 8 has similarly been contaminated by an undetected donor. So
that was beginning to emerge in blood donations.
Yes. And then it goes on in the United States to talk about 100 cases of AIDS believed to have been caused through blood transfusion and over 50 hemophiliacs with AIDS out of a total of 7,669 AIDS cases. So that's some of the information provided. And then if we just go to the next page.
There's some more stuff here about expert groups considering applications to screening tests and the need to test heat treatment.
Yes, I'll ask you a little about the expert advisory group later.
And they're producing a more widely based expert advisory group, which is meeting at the end of the month to consider all this.
Yes.
And we've already had advice from the advisory committee on... I hope some of these people survive, because these are obviously the people that your questions are best aimed at.
Some do, some don't. If we go to the next page, we'll just see where it deals with the need for a screening test. Whilst the campaign to dissuade high-risk groups from donating blood is an important interim measure, it is not enough. Experience has shown that people with the active disease and others who are infected have been donors. The confidence of patients will be lost if they cannot be assured that they will not contract AIDS from transfusions. And then, next paragraph, moreover, if patients receive contaminated transfusions, the disease will no longer be confined to the high-risk groups, but be transmitted to the population at large. So that's the case that's being set out for a screening test. If we then look at the next paragraph, it describes the screening test itself. And then we get down to the heading financial implications. No tests are yet available for use in regional transfusion centres. They're expected to be ready in the spring. both American and British tests are still being developed. The likely costs will be, and then details they're given, a reference to the British test being more sensitive and more suitable to install and likely to be cheaper. And then over the page, we see what you were being asked to decide, because this is a submission that we'll see goes to you as well as others. The test for AIDS antibodies will not guarantee the purity of donated blood. There is a time lapse between infection and development of a detectable antibody. Complete assurance will have to await development of a test for the AIDS virus itself. There's no doubt that despite these problems, the balance of advantage lays clearly with the introduction of a routine test of donations as soon as possible. So that's the advice that was being set out. Ministers are asked to agree in principle to the introduction of a screening test for AIDS antibody for all blood donations, and to an announcement made to this effect at the appropriate moment, indicating that the development of a test is being backed by the department. There's some more detail in the submission, but I think in terms of looking at the context of your response...
Yes, it's still looking forward, because at this stage we haven't actually got the tests available.
And then if we go to, and that's why the agreement is one in principle, yes. Yeah. If we go then to DHSC 0002482, please. DHSC 0002482, sorry, underscore 012. My apologies, Shane. DHSC 00...
Did any of this hold up the introduction of tests? My understanding is that the tests were started as soon as the supplies they then adequately proved, and as soon as we got the supplies available.
Lord Clarke, I'm afraid that I asked the questions rather than answer them, but that is a point you make.
Can't we get to the ones that are the point?
That is a point you make in your witness statement.
I know, that seems to be the key point on testing. Were they delayed in any way? I can't understand why we're going through all this tedious detail on the interpretation of documents, most of which I've never seen in my life before, till they were sent to me by the inquiry.
Well, the document we've just looked at, Lord Clarke, was a submission sent to you, and the document we're now going to look at is a document authored by you.
Right. Sorry, I won't slip back into
and you are
expressing my exasperation.
You are perfectly entitled to say in relation to it, as you say in your statement, this did not in fact hold up the introduction of the testing.
Yeah, were they held up? I mean, just asking as a matter of fact.
I'm not going to answer the question, Lord Clarke.
I just don't think they were they?
That'll be a matter for the chair to decide in due course, having heard.
Is there any evidence that they were?
Put it this way. My understanding at the moment is that screening was introduced in October 1980.
Sorry?
Screening of blood donations was introduced universally in October 1985. That's 10 months or so on from January 1985, obviously, which is a little while after tests were in the process of development. I have to consider that process, whether that was reasonable or not.
Were they ready to be introduced in January 85?
Well, I don't know. I'm listening to the evidence in order to draw conclusions, whatever they may be.
I'm not a witness who knows that.
You don't, and so I can't answer that at the moment. I hope to be able to answer that in due course.
Lord Clarke, may I assist if I explain? You're the first witness giving oral evidence who's had some involvement in the introduction.
I wasn't developing the tests.
No, some involvement in the decision making in relation to the introduction of the tests, and so the purpose of looking at these documents in part is to enable people to understand what the department was and was not being asked to consider at the time. So if we look at your response of the 22nd of January 1985, it's addressed to the Chief Medical Officer. Thank you for your submission of the 15th of January. This looks inevitable, I suppose. Could I have drafts?
Is this my response?
This is your response. Could I have drafts, please, of the proposed public announcement of both points? Could I also have a draft of a letter to go to all chairmen of regional health authorities explaining our proposals? How did Wellcome corner this market and why did they bring CAMR in? Will the cost be met from the income now going to the blood transfusion service from the charges introduced for the handling of blood to private hospitals? I never did understand what else that money was to be spent on. And then you say this: before we all panic further, it is presumably the case that the ending of the collection of blood from homosexuals greatly reduces the risk from blood collected in this country. Also, as only haemophiliacs have died, and they may have had factor VIII from American blood, is it the case that we have not had one AIDS fatality from blood donated in this country yet? Do we need this and heat treatment of the blood? Whatever effect this did or didn't have on the introduction, Lord Clarke, is it right to understand this as you expressing a degree of scepticism or an example of you challenging
challenging the advice we're getting, because I say there's the health service. Nowadays the health service spends 3 times, I think, in real terms what we were spending then. But however much you spend, there are always endless competing claims, worthy claims, for more resources. So you do have to challenge things. I couldn't then give an expert opinion myself on the relative value of all these things. I had to be guided by the scientific advice. But this is me asking questions and just checking that they're satisfied that this is really necessary and that it's going to work if we go ahead with it. And that this is just all part of the ordinary process of decision making. Practically any other decision in the department, you'd find the ministers, if they're doing their job, are doing this kind of thing.
And then can you help us with understanding what you meant when you talk about before we all panic further?
Well, as you may gather, I was rather worried about causing panic, largely because of, to put it more sensibly, to use more formal words for an inquiry of this kind, that the one thing that everybody was concerned about was destroying trust in the blood transfusion system. Now, there are various ways you can do that. You could destroy trust by not doing anything about the risk of AIDS, or you could destroy trust by giving the public the impression that the blood supply being used by the service was completely contaminated. And you've got to somehow strike the balance of informing the public and making sure that the reporting of it and that the public understanding is between the two, and they don't panic for either reason. The reason you don't want panic is because you do so, you'll suddenly start losing donations to the service, and patients will be terrified to have an operation if it needs a blood transfusion, and you will start doing terrible damage. That is why I did keep using this word, probably influenced by the background, I won't complain about it again, of some of the newspaper reporting we were getting.
And then I just want to ask you about the next sentence in that paragraph, where you say, as only haemophiliacs have died. You say in your witness statement that is a phrase that has been taken out of context previously.
Well, the only haemophiliacs was taken out of context by a campaigner, as though I was referring as only merely haemophiliacs had died. It's a statement of fact that I was just checking. I was asking the question and asserting. My understanding was, so far, only people who died were haemophiliacs, and they may have had factor VIII from American blood. So I'm asking the question, just in case it ever became relevant to any future discussion, is it actually the case that we've not yet had one AIDS fatality from blood donated in this country? And the whole context is that final question. I just wanted to know, is it the case that we've not had one AIDS fatality from blood donated in this country?
And it might be said that using the phrase only haemophiliacs have died might suggest thinking that in the great scheme of things, a handful of haemophiliac deaths were relatively...
That really is the most dreadful spin on 2 words.
I'm putting the proposition to you so that you have your opportunity.
Well, I'm answering it quite firmly. I do object. That's just, it's done. It happens all the time. You must have heard countless ministers and politicians say, for God's sake, if you look at it in context, it plainly doesn't mean that. It's just technique that's used all the time in political debate.
And in your statement, you say that this was emphatically not disparaging haemophiliacs or devaluing the importance of haemophiliac fatality.
I don't disparage haemophiliacs. I have the greatest respect for haemophiliacs as every other citizen. And I'm not indifferent one death is a tragedy. I'm not indifferent to the death of anybody. The fact was, so far, I was checking, I wasn't sure. Have we so far, have all the people who've died been haemophiliacs, who've had factor VIII? Is it, or is it not, I could have put in, the case that we've not yet had one AIDS fatality from blood donated in this country? And that's just seeing how far we can reassure people that don't put off your operation because you think you're going to be killed by the blood transfusion.
Now, unless
we never did get that, we avoided that panic.
Unless you want me to, Lord Clarke, I'm not going to take you to the responses from the Chief Medical Officer to your memo. You've set those out in your witness statement.
No, I'm sure I wouldn't challenge whatever he said.
I just want to then look at the position as at February 1985, so the month after this, in terms of what action the government was or was not taking. As we've seen, you've declined central funding for the screening tests. That's the first decision taken.
Well, it didn't decline funding, but I thought he should come out of the regional budget.
Hence my use of the word central. And then if we go to DHSC 0002261_031, we'll see this is a letter of the 20th of February 1985 to regional health authorities, or to the regional general managers. And if we, sorry, if you forgive me for a moment. If we look at the third paragraph, you'll see it says there, we hope a reliable screening test compatible with existing equipment will be available within a few months. There is as yet no firm indication of what this will cost. As a broad indicator, it would be prudent to assume for planning purposes a cost of around £2 per test, although we hope for a lower figure. Although there are many competing calls upon your resources, this test, when available, will be an important preventive development meriting a very high priority. We would be grateful, therefore, in firming up the budgets for 1985-6, you would make suitable provision. As soon as there is firmer information about when in 1985 the test will be available and how much it will cost, we will let you have it. We need to be able to assure patients that treatment involving blood or blood products does not expose them to a risk of contracting AIDS. I should add that the Blood Products Laboratory at Elstree hopes that all its factor VIII will be heat treated from April 1985 onwards. If we just go over the page, we'll see this is copied, amongst others, to your private office. And I haven't taken you through the various drafts, but...
Well, as I've said, we've no means of knowing whether I was ever actually put it in front of me.
Yes,
well... Oh, it's obviously, I don't mind. It looks to me like a perfectly sensible message being sent out to the regional director.
So is this right? In terms of the action being taken by the department in February 1985, having decided not to use central funding, you have, however, when I say you, the department, and there is evidence to suggest that you are aware of this, there's no criticism implied, Lord Clarke, the department was writing to regional health authorities essentially to tell them to plan ahead.
So you do it, yeah.
And then if we look at...
I mean, all these heads of... One of the things you had to decide with all these heads of expenditure was it should have come out of the central budget, should have come out of the regional budget. But nobody seems to be stopping spending the money on it.
Yeah. And then if we look at DHSC 302261_043, this is an extract from Hansard, 20th of February 1985. We'll see it's you from the bottom right-hand corner. There's a long answer. If we go over the page, there's just one bit I want to look at. A right-hand column, second paragraph. This is where you refer to, where you say, fourthly, tests to screen blood donations for HTLV3 antibody are being developed, and we are coordinating the evaluation work needed to ensure that such a test can be introduced routinely in the National Blood Transfusion Service as soon as possible. And then there's reference to the letter to regional health authorities.
This seems to be a long written answer setting out everything we were doing.
Yes. Just at the moment concentrating on screening tests. So it would appear that as at February 1985, the position from the department's perspective is ask regional health authorities to set aside the money and coordinate the evaluation process. Is that
And a test will be introduced in the service as soon as possible. That's the key thing.
Now,
Which budget it came out of doesn't at the moment strike me as frightfully material.
if we move on to later in 1985, you had an exchange of correspondence with, I think, Sir Philip de Zuleta. I may have mispronounced that. If we just have a look at the...
I'm familiar with that name. Who was he?
Well, I'm going to get the drugs company wrong if I don't check the document. DHSC 40221, Abbott, I think.
He was in the pharmaceutical industry.
Yes.
Yeah. There may be another more famous one.
So if we go, we'll see this letter written to you. You'll see he says he's on the board of Abbott Laboratories. That's in the first paragraph. And he writes explaining that Abbott had developed a screening test to detect antibodies responding to the virus that causes AIDS. If we go further down the page, we can see the second paragraph. He says this is well known to your department, who are evaluating...
And it's been licensed in America.
Yes. So all this is well known to your department, who are indeed engaged in evaluating the Abbott test for possible use in this country. The reason why I'm writing to you at this stage is that although I am myself no medical expert, I'm getting a bit concerned at the rather slow progress being made in this no doubt necessary evaluation process. And then he sets out there a concern that 2 evaluations are being tested out, are being undertaken. The second of which would involve a number of tests in the blood transfusion service. And then the last paragraph.
He says, no case of AIDS due to blood has been detected.
Yes. Again, not correct if one substitutes HTLV3 for AIDS, but leaving that aside.
Anyway, he's trying to sell his company's test.
Yes, and so he says in the last sentence, I should be much happier if I felt that there was a definite plan for evaluation of the Abbott test with dates to which the department would try to adhere. I just want to show you your response. Lord Clarke, this is really all part of showing you the relevant documents so that I can ask you some general questions, if you understand. So if we look at your response is at DHSC 0001569. Response of the 5th of June 1985, you set out in the second paragraph that the intention is to carry out the evaluation of the tests in 2 stages, and you explain in the last sentence of that paragraph it's not possible to give a timetable for completing the task. You then set out in the third paragraph concern to ensure that any test we do introduce is reliable, doesn't create more problems than it solves. I want to just show you a minute that refers to this correspondence and then ask for your reflections on it. So it's DHSC 0002311_016. We can see it's a minute from Mr. Harris. Sorry, can we just look at the doc date? Thank you. 30th of May 1985. If we go to the top of the page, we can see it's addressed to your private office. It may be helpful for MSH to have a little background, since the reply is less helpful than Sir Philip may like. Abbott are one of the first companies to develop an AIDS antibody test. They would dearly like to tie up the NHS market. We're evaluating tests as they become available. The work is being done by the PHLS. After an initial technical evaluation, they'll be tested again for operational acceptability in the blood transfusion context. Technical evaluation of Abbott and one other will probably be completed by July. We'll then be under some pressure to complete any extra evaluation quickly. Certainly the 10,000 test proposal referred to may well have to be truncated. And then this. It would not be helpful to have no other choice than Abbott, since their test requires special equipment. It would also be preferable to have a British test evaluated as a possible candidate. And then it goes on to say it's therefore not desirable to be precise about the timetable for testing Abbott's test in isolation. Are you able to assist us as to why it was thought preferable within the department to have a British test as a possible candidate?
No, unless it's likely to be cheaper. I mean, this is all around an exchange of exchange of letters amongst probably thousands of letters, hundreds of letters I sent that year. I'm afraid I can't remember the background to it. And obviously, it's as whoever this official is says, Abbott are trying to move in quickly to try to corner the British market, and he's explaining the process by which we need to test it, and obviously no minister can be asked to introduce the tests until we have quite satisfied that it's safe, and then also quite satisfied that it's effective. But that's just my paraphrasing what the memo obviously says.
There's a further exchange of correspondence between you and Sir Philip, but I'm not going to go to that. It's essentially along the same themes. You say in your witness statement, I think, that by this time Mr. Patton leading on this policy. Are you able to assist us with why?
I haven't checked with John Patton. No doubt you've asked him. It isn't altogether clear from the documents who, but presumably Simon Glenarthur was no longer. He'd gone to another department.
Yes, I think he'd been succeeded by
There'd been a minor reshuffle, and we now acquired John Patton, who's still very much about. I haven't seen him for a long time, but he's still about, I think.
Do you know whether there had been an express transfer of this allocation of special responsibility to Mr. Patton?
Well, I wouldn't know, but normally happened. I say we didn't alter these, we didn't shuffle these responsibilities around wildly every time there was any change. So what would normally happen if you did have a change of ministers and Simon was moved to another job, would be whoever succeeded him would take on his responsibilities. But I don't know. You'd have to look it up. And best way is to ask John Patton.
There is then a paper in June of 1985 sent to ministers. If we look at DHSC 302311_019, so you'll see, Lord Clarke, it's a minute dated the 7th of June 1985, and if we look at the bottom of the page, copies to Ms. Bateman, so it goes to your private office as well.
Certainly does.
And then we can see, if we go to the text of it, the attached paper sets out the proposed strategy for introducing a screening test for blood donations as previously agreed. And then we have a summary of the strategy. Present plan should be confirmed. Before introduction, available tests should be evaluated by the Public Health Laboratory Service and in the Blood Transfusion Service. So those are the two stages of evaluation. And then various other matters set out, including funding of the Public Health Laboratory Service being increased. And then if we go over the page, we'll see the paper. Again, I'm not going to go through all of it, Lord Clarke. If we just look at paragraph 2 to start with. Screening has not yet started in the UK. It is in use nationally in Australia, widespread in the USA and the Netherlands. France and Germany will introduce it nationally later this summer. Cases of AIDS contracted through the use of UK donated blood have not yet occurred but can be expected. When these are announced, the publicity may well draw comparisons between action abroad and apparent inactivity here. And then if we go to the top of the next page, no, I'm sorry, let me just take it a little more slowly. Bottom of the previous page. Selection of a test sets out options. Select an available test on current knowledge as soon as possible. Select after evaluation of tests by PHLS, or select after both evaluation and blood transfusion service field trials. So 3 options: introduce now, introduce after the first evaluation, or wait for both evaluations. And then if we see the top of the next page, paragraph 5, the paper says the choice between these options will reflect the balance of advantage between having a test in place quickly as a defence against criticism of tardiness, or waiting until we have a test which can be confidently recommended for BTS use. There's then a fairly detailed, there's
then a whole lot of analysis of the problems if you are getting it wrong. Yeah.
Exactly. So the merits of each option are discussed from paragraph 7 onwards. And you'll see from what's underlined, Lord Clarke, that options 1 and 2 were not recommended by officials to ministers. And if we go over the page, you'll see the recommended option at the top of the page, select after the Public Health Laboratory Service evaluation and field trials in the blood transfusion service. This may take 5 months to implement. This is the recommended option. It will enable the level of false positives to be measured. It will also allow operational...
Is that the recommendation to ministers?
This is the recommendation to ministers. It might leave us without a screening test for up to 2 further months. It's hoped to bring forward the field trials and thus reduce the period needed for implementation. And if we go 2 pages further on, you'll see there the summary of the suggested strategy in paragraph 15.1 repeats the recommended option and explains that that means its implementation in October or November. And then under the heading advice sought, are ministers content with the strategy outlined above? I'm not going to ask you about the funding for the Public Health Laboratory Service. Just 2 further documents then, Lord Clarke, and then I'm going to ask you some general questions about the process, if I may. There's a document from the Chief Medical Officer and then a view expressed by clinicians that I'm going to just ask you to look at so you can see, as it were, the rival contentions. The document from the Chief Medical Officer is at DHSC 0002311_021. This is from Donald Aitchison, dated the 6th, top of the page.
It's from Donald Aitchison, yeah, Mason.
Yes, I think the date is
Chief Medical Officer.
10th of June. It's to Mr. Patton, but it's also bottom of the page, copied to your private office, Ms. Bateman. And if we just see what the Chief Medical Officer says, there is a finely, there is a finely balanced decision here, but I'm in favour of the suggested line. I think, however, that we must do everything possible to ensure that PHLS is able to keep to its schedule. As far as the option to introduce a partially evaluated ELISA test forthwith is concerned, I think the prospect of wasting a relatively small quantity of blood from false positive tests is not the major objection. The major problem is that scientists concerned at PHLS do not yet have confidence that the suppliers could produce testing kits which are reliable on a large scale and which would continue to be reliable on the shelf. It would be worse to be in a position of having to withdraw a test once introduced than to be in our present position of carefully evaluating the tests. There could also be ethical problems in refusing to tell donors who are volunteers in this country the result of a test carried out on their blood if they wish to have it. Ministers should recognise, however, that support for a different view is likely to appear in the medical press, see Professor Bloom's letter attached, and considerable public pressure would develop if in the meantime a case of AIDS develops in a recipient of UK blood. Such a case or cases is likely to occur sooner or later due to infection 1 or more years ago, prior to our warnings to people at risk not to donate blood. So we've got to the stage, Lord Clarke, you've got the submission from officials, that's the Chief Medical Officer's view.
Yes, it's a pity we haven't got Donald Aitchison alive at the moment, because he was the authoritative person in the department to express the final, normally, a decisive view on this subject.
And then I just want to show you then the letter he refers to, the letter in the medical press from clinicians expressing a contrary view, which is DHSC 303828_191. It's a publication in the British Medical Journal, 22nd of June 1985, headed HTLV3 haemophilia and blood transfusion. If we just go down to the text of the letter. If we pick it up, Lord Clarke, in the middle column, last paragraph, the authors of this letter say this: all these considerations...
Who's written this?
I'm sorry, let's look on the right-hand side. Professor Bloom, chair of the UK Haemophilia Centre Directors Organisation, Dr. Forbes, chairman of the UK AIDS groups, Dr. Ritzer, secretary of the UK Haemophilia Centre Directors Organisation. So,
thank you.
Haemophilia clinicians, leading haemophilia clinicians. So all these considerations underline the need rapidly to introduce screening for HTLV3 antibody for all blood donations. 3 commercial test kits have now been approved by the American Food and Drug Administration, and although there may be a small number of false positives, it's unreasonable to delay testing until this possibility is eliminated. Donations which are found to be positive for HTLV3 antibodies should be discarded. The logistics of retesting, confirmatory testing and donor counselling can then be dealt with as separate important issues. And they refer to a particular review. We believe that donors would readily accept this interim measure because, after all, they are themselves potential recipients. Although such testing will be expensive, we think that it should be implemented as soon as possible to protect recipients and to preserve public confidence in our blood transfusion services. And then they refer to the fact that when testing is fully implemented, the role of single donor cryoprecipitate in the management of haemophilia can then be reassessed. So the purpose of taking you to those, Lord Clarke, is first of all so you can see the material available to you and your colleagues.
Well, it's available to my colleagues. None of this would have been shown to ministers at the time.
The letter wouldn't have been shown to ministers. The chief medical officer's letter
but none of that.
submission.
The idea that we'd be taken through all this, only this is a debate you're drawing my attention to, obviously going on between medical experts.
Yes. This letter wasn't...
None of that would have gone to ministers. It would have been pretty pointless to put it to ministers.
This letter was, or an extract from it, was expressly referred to in the chief medical officer's letter to...
Well,
to
kind of. It's an example of what he had in mind. He knew some people didn't agree. Yeah?
Yes.
Which he very fairly told us in the advice he gave.
Now, the ultimate decision that's made...
We wouldn't have had the time to go through all this at the time.
I just want to show you the decision that was made and announced by you then later in June of 1985 at HSOC 00-18679. If we go to the third page, please, and we look top right-hand column, the date is the 27th of June 1985, and you're announcing the decision. I'm pleased to say that a test will be introduced within the next few months to screen all blood given by blood donors for antibodies to the virus which causes AIDS. And then if we skip to the next paragraph, I understand and share the concern to get these tests in use as soon as possible. However, we must have tests which are accurate and can be trusted. A number of test kits are already available and in use abroad, but reports from those countries suggest that the tests are not entirely reliable. We believe that no test should be introduced in the UK until its reliability has been established. There's no point in introducing a test which often fails to detect antibodies in blood or detects antibodies where there are none. An evaluation programme is being undertaken by the Public Health Laboratory Service and National Blood Transfusion Service experts as a matter of urgency. It's essential to complete this programme if we are to have a sensible policy that really does protect the public. Contrary to reports in today's press, no decisions on choice of test kits have yet been made. We hope that we'll be able to introduce a test within 4 to 5 months. We're also making arrangements to offer counselling to anyone whose blood is found to be positive. So the upshot is ministers have, as announced by you, gone for the recommended option of waiting for the 2 evaluations to be completed. Is that right?
It's all rather familiar, isn't it, really? I mean, if about the present COVID thing, test and trace has caused the present government unbelievable problems getting a test and trace system in over the last 18 months, and people will carry on arguing about it till kingdom come. And I have no doubt one day there'll be an inquiry into it all, which will have a similar exchange about how test and trace was handled on COVID. But we fortunately didn't get into that scale of difficulties, and as you say, and that explains very carefully why you do have to be sure that the test is sufficiently accurate, and there obviously wasn't a problem about this test being safe.
Now, I'm going to ask you some general questions without going to further documents, but just so you know that there are then various other documents, some of which might have come to you, some of which probably didn't.
I probably wouldn't be able to help on which I'd seen, which I hadn't.
Which look at the outcome of the evaluation at the first stage, and then discuss the second stage and the question of which particular tests to use. I'm not going to take you to any of that.
Is the suggestion that they could have been introduced properly and safely earlier than it was?
Well, broadly speaking, that's what I want to ask you about, Lord Clarke. But first of all, you will have seen, and your colleagues, Mr. Patton, will have seen from the submission that by the time a decision is being taken, looking forward to introduce it in the autumn by the department, a test was already in operation in a number of other countries. Was the fact that other countries already had a test in place and that several more months would elapse before the UK was going to introduce it something that was a matter of concern, as far as you can recall, to you or colleagues in the
But it
department?
also says in some other countries there were serious doubts about whether they should have introduced it yet, because serious doubts about their reliability.
Yes.
It always happens. Well, it appears to always happen. Fortunately, it doesn't happen frequently, but half this is a complete echo of the present COVID debate.
Yes, it's not, in fact, entirely clear what the factual basis is for that, but that's not a matter that we'll be able to help us on.
It's no good taking me through the factual basis of that.
And I'm not going to.
What testing was like in 1985 in various countries.
The question really is, or the issue really is this, Lord Clarke. You've described, and we've seen examples of how you wouldn't simply accept matters that were presented to you, but you would challenge, you would test, you would ask questions. Do you recall any testing, probing, challenging of why it was taking the UK rather longer to introduce tests than other countries?
No, I don't. It happens all the time. Different countries adopt slightly different approaches. With hindsight, you can usually see which have done it best.
And it could be said that and indeed this was the point being made by the haemophilia clinicians, I think, in part, and brought to the attention of the Chief Medical Officer, that where you have a disease such as AIDS, no treatment, no cure, very high mortality rate, that the better approach is to do what you can, even if it is imperfect, to reduce risks, rather than wait until you have absolute
the best
conclusive
approach
reliability.
is to take the best scientific and medical advice you can, challenge it if you wish to, or things occur to you, and if it seems sound and authoritative advice, to act on it. Not start playing amateur doctors and reaching your own judgment about how to introduce it.
You were provided with these materials for the purpose of your statement, Lord Clarke, and your statement goes through them in more detail than I'm going to in terms of your oral evidence. Looking back now, do you have any concerns about the length of time it took for the...
Not on what you've shown me, no.
Can we then come...
Perfectly clear and good reasons are given and recommended by the Chief Medical Officer for following the approach that we adopted. That's why I keep asking you, has anybody ever suggested we delayed it? I've never heard before anybody ever has suggested we delayed it.
Well, it is an issue for resolution in the inquiry, Lord Clarke.
Well, it'll be the first time anybody's ever made that claim.
Can I then turn to the question of...
If the inquiry found that, I would reject the conclusion.
I'm going to turn to the question of publications by the Chief Medical Officer, and just look at 3 references to materials produced by the Chief Medical Officer, and then ask you more generally about that. So, if we could start with BART 40814, please.
Going back to the testing thing, the problem, I understand the problem you face, because they're not alive anymore. You can't ask any questions of a lot of the people who are actually the key people in making the decision. We're just going through a collection of documents we happen to have to try to see if we can cast doubt on what they were doing. It's very difficult. I sympathise with your problem. There's no direct evidence anymore, but it reads all right to me, as I can't see any reason why anybody suggests that the testing was held up.
If we go to... thank you, it's on screen. So you'll see, Lord Clarke, this is a communication from the Chief Medical Officer, December 1984.
To all regional transfusion directors.
Yes, so it's a public...
So he used to send out these information things occasionally.
And you'll see the accompanying minute reads, I enclose for information a copy of CMO's press release on the 20th of December 1984. This followed media inquiries after the report in The Guardian on the 20th of December 1984 of 2 cases of alleged AIDS transmission through blood donations. And if we go over the page, we'll see the press release from Donald Aitchison, dated the 20th of December 1984. And he is recorded as saying this: donations of blood and blood plasma have been given by a person who was subsequently admitted to hospital in Wessex in October and later diagnosed as suffering from AIDS. His donations of both blood and blood plasma have been traced, all possible remedial action taken. His donations of blood were given to 3 recipients. They've been identified and are being followed up. 2 of these recipients were a mother living in Birmingham, a 78-year-old man living in Wessex. The third is a man aged about 40 from Wessex. All 3 recipients, when tested, have proved positive in the HTLV3 antibody screening tests, so infected with an HTLV3, essentially. None of them has AIDS. In other words, it hasn't yet developed into AIDS, Lord Clarke.
Yes, you can have the antibodies, but it keeps cropping up. You can have the antibodies; it doesn't necessarily develop into the full-blown disease if you're lucky.
There was certainly there was a question about that at the early stages, and then we can see Dr. Aitchison goes on then to explain that this particular donor's plasma had also been used in the manufacture of a batch of factor VIII. 38 patients in Wessex and South Wales suffering from haemophilia had already received some of this batch of factor VIII. They're being traced and monitored. And then top of the next page, we'll see then Dr. Aitchison is recorded in the second paragraph as continuing by saying, I'd like to stress that anyone who's advised to have a blood transfusion or has been given a transfusion shouldn't worry because the risk of getting contaminated blood is extremely small. Even if a person is proved positive in the antibody screening test, it doesn't mean he or she will develop AIDS, yes. And then there's some reference to selection of blood donors, development of screening test, and heat treatment. Now, I'm just showing you that really as an example of a publication from the Chief Medical Officer. There's one more document I want to show you before I ask you a question.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? I mean, I just want to make clear, I would be very upset if 30-odd years later people start criticising Donald Aitchison. He was an extremely nice man, he was very impressive, he was supremely conscientious. I mean, total contrast with his predecessor. And if Donald had been accused of carelessly handling the risk to haemophiliacs or anybody else, he would have been deeply, deeply distressed. He's dead. He can't answer questions about it. Can't be cross-examined. So I hope no one's going into the tedious analysis of paragraphs in stray documents in order to produce criticism of Donald Aitchison and his colleagues for causing delays which I do not believe for one moment they caused.
The purpose of the questioning, I hope, is not to criticise or put forward criticism, because the inquiry starts with no criticism to make. It is inquiring, and it needs to understand what was happening. There may, in the light of that understanding, be criticisms made later. There may not, but I need to have understanding first, and this is part of it.
Well, I agree that's your task. I never have quite understand how you're meant to second guess the people on the ground handling it almost 40 years ago. But there we are. Someone set up the inquiry believing you could do that.
Lord Clarke, the purpose of showing you that and one other document I'm going to take you to in a moment is nothing to do with the textual analysis of the document.
Right, I'll stop interrupting you.
So the second document is DHSC 0000514. And it's a minute from the Chief Medical Officer dated the 30th of July 1985. And if we just look at the second paragraph, halfway down, well, no, actually, I'll pick it up third line. Although it is unlikely that this is about the issue of heat-treated products, Lord Clarke. Although it's unlikely that there are any stocks in the country of unheat-treated commercial factor VIII, I'm arranging that a letter will go to all haemophilia centre directors in order to draw their attention to the availability of heat-treated factor VIII and the need to avoid using any commercial unheat-treated factor VIII which may remain from 1984. Now, look, what we've seen in those two examples...
And this is what finally solved the problem. As it turned out, whichever genius started trying out heat-treating things actually stopped. Too late, unfortunately. The people being killed. But I know nothing whatever about the experimenting, the testing and the authorising of heat treatment.
And I'm asking you no questions whatsoever about that topic. What I've shown you are two documents emanating from the Chief Medical Officer. One, a statement to the public, setting out what was happening, what was known, information about people being infected, numbers infected and so on. That's the first document we looked at, December 1984. The second, referred to here, in the middle of 1985, is a letter that's going to go to clinicians to draw their attention to, amongst other things, the need to avoid using unheat-treated factor 8. Now, the reason I'm showing you those, Lord Clarke, is to ask whether there is any good reason that you can think of why similar communications could not have been promulgated, whether by the department or by the chief medical officer, doesn't matter which chief medical officer, at a much earlier stage.
Well, I can't answer that question. I played no part in sending out such communications. You'll have to ask whoever sent it.
Well, I obviously can't ask Donald Aitchison, but in terms of this, would you agree that it doesn't appear that Donald Aitchison thought it was an interference with clinical freedom to send a letter along those lines?
No, he was well regarded. He was an expert. He was a leading, and hence he did, as I said yesterday, he sent out information letters when he felt he could add to what they could read from the medical press. He was a clinician, and he drew on expert clinical advice. What was an interference with the clinical freedom of doctors would be for a politician, a non-medical politician, a minister, to start thinking his or her job was to tell doctors how to treat their patients. Sir Donald Aitchison is an extremely distinguished medic. He's in a totally different position. Part of his job was to keep track of these things. And I say, he was, I'm not just being polite because he's dead or anything, he was one of the more impressive public servants I ever worked with. He was a very, and if you ever met him, you would like him. He wasn't so easily irritated as me. He was a fine guy, and so I'm a little concerned if anybody starts, after all these years, going what documents we happen to have left, start criticising Donald Aitchison for this terrible tragedy, because we'd be deeply distressed if that had been suggested.
Going to move to a separate topic now, and that's the collection of blood, or practices for the collection of blood in the United Kingdom. Now, you told us yesterday that you were aware, in relation to imported blood products, that blood was collected from prisons in the States.
That was what started the whole thing off when we first discovered, I think I first read in the newspapers, that the Americans were apparently paying for blood donations.
I want to show you then one document relating to the UK's blood collection, PRSE 0004729, please. Now, this is not a minute that, as far as I understand, you would have seen at the time, Lord Clarke. We can see it's dated, I think it's the 23rd of August 1983. It's from Mr. Wynne Stanley in the Health Services branch.
From a Mr. Stanley to a Mr.
Brown.
Parker, neither of whom I can remember.
To Mr. Brown. And then you'll see it's copied to various people in the medical division and the administrative divisions. If we look at the top, it says use of blood from prisons. It refers to a minute that I'm not going to take time looking at, but which raises the question of blood being collected from prisons. And then you'll see the response in paragraph 2. It's difficult to advise any particular departmental policy on the collection of blood from borstalls and prisons at the moment. It is for individual regional transfusion directors to determine how and from where donations are sought in the light of the targets they need to achieve and the numbers of donors on their panels. However, transfusion directors have been aware of the dangers of relying too heavily on prisons as a source of donation for some time, i.e. prior to the advent of AIDS as a cause of concern, because of the risk of hepatitis in prisons, also connected with a higher incidence of homosexuality which can be spread through blood transfusion. Nevertheless, although most regions, especially those with no shortage of donors, may not need to use prisons, there is at least one which has to view them as a major source of donations in order to meet targets. And then there's a reference in paragraph 4. AIDS is now, of course, called the wisdom of continuing to view prisons as a source of blood even further into question. And then there's a suggestion that directors will consider it at their next meeting. So that would appear to suggest that as at August 1983, it was known within the department that there was some collection that had been ongoing from prisons, at least in one area,
Well, then
and no
it's
particular
perfectly
departmental policy.
It speaks for itself.
It
Yeah.
does. Now, I just then want to ask you what you say about that in your statement. If we can go back to Lord Clarke's statement, please, show me. WITN 0758001 and go to page 86. And we see paragraph 7.104, you were asked about this. You say in the second sentence, I do not have any recollection of involvement in this issue at all. And then you refer to one of the documents that we just looked at. Can I just check whether your position is you might have been aware of it, but you can't now recall that, or do you think you were aware of it at the time?
I simply can't recall. I've no idea.
Does it surprise you that this was still ongoing, apparently as at August 1983, and that ministers were not involved in the issue?
No.
Why?
It's not the sort of thing that goes to ministers, unless some official thinks it ought to go to ministers because there's a problem can't be sorted out. Going back to right when I started, the job of the private office is to ensure that the minister gets involved in things which the minister needs to get involved in, and which the minister will, probably think he ought to be involved in, and wants to see. If every detail of every policy in the DHSS all had to go to a minister, and every minister, including the minister not directly responsible for the subject, had to be told this, you'd need hundreds of ministers to handle it. And as a way of taking decisions and running the health service, it would be chaotic. The health service was chaotic enough in the 1980s. You have to have ministers do what ministers are for. They don't spend their time delving into documents, going into tedious detail about every medical problem and things which is being handled by people in the office. You've got thousands of civil servants. I never did quite understand what they all did. I used to think we had too many civil servants. Bureaucracy was one of our troubles in the old DHSS. But they were very good ones, the ones I worked with. The medical officers were very good. But the minister wasn't expected to, ministers weren't expected to be involved in absolutely everything that anybody was doing. I mean, if we'd had this inquiry at the time, I would have got just as exasperated. It was completely dotty to suggest that the Minister of State for Health, one of the junior ministers, who was not the minister responsible for blood products, should somehow expect to have been involved in all this. It's just crazy.
That's not, in fact, the factual basis of my question. So
Sorry?
I'm not suggesting...
Well, I'm sorry, but I've given the answer to your question. No, I would not have expected all this to have gone to some minister unless and until the officials decided that they really should clear this with ministers, so they needed ministerial approval for some action they were proposing to take.
So just so that I can understand, I'm not talking about that particular minute, and I'm not talking about something going to all ministers, including yourself. Is it your view that the fact that blood was being collected from prisons in England and Wales, that was not something any minister needed to know about?
Well, probably yes. I mean, that prisoners got lots of time on their hands, and as long as healthy prisoners are volunteering as blood donors, I'm not deeply shocked. The trouble in America was anybody were getting paid for it. So anybody with any kind of infection, drug addicts, all kinds of people. I mean, I don't know. I mean, presumably somebody ultimately found how big the problem was in America. I don't know how big it was in America. But they were actually paying. We weren't paying people in prison. I hope we weren't. To give blood. So they were volunteers. And there are lots of perfectly healthy people with nothing to do, unfortunately, in prison. And if in some regional transfusion director, who was the best person to make a judgment of that kind of thing, decided it was safe to take blood donations from healthy prisoners, I don't think that's a matter of any excitement or concern. But obviously, because we were acquiring this terrible knowledge of the AIDS problem, You've shown me an exchange between two unknown officials showing that some people in the department were beginning to get a bit concerned about this. Presumably, until then, it was just part of the routine. As it happens, I don't think until I got my questions I ever knew that we did collect in prisons. I don't know whether we collect in prisons now, do you? I haven't a clue. And I've been Justice Secretary, I've been Home Secretary, I've been responsible for prisons twice in my career. But if you ask me, do prisoners get asked to volunteer for blood donation, the answer is, as I sit here at the moment, I don't know.
Can I then move to a slightly different topic? The establishment of something called the Expert Advisory Group on AIDS. You noted it in one of the earlier documents we looked at, one of the papers referring to an expert advisory group was going to be set up. And it was, I'm not going to take you to lots of documents about it. If I tell you, Lord Clarke, and again, no doubt your legal representatives will tell me if they think there's particular documents you need to look at, it was... arrangements for it to be set up were being made in late 1984, and it met for the first time, it's called EAGAR, the acronym Expert Advisory Group on AIDS, in early 1985. I don't think there's any evidence you were asked to take a particular decision about it at any stage or any earlier stage.
The person who made the ultimate decision about expert groups, which you would normally call in once you had a serious problem like this, would be the Chief Medical Officer.
Well, that answers my first question. My second question then is, do you have any concerns about, or are you surprised at the fact that this, given everything we've looked at from 1983 onwards, that this particular expert group in relation to AIDS wasn't meeting until January 1985? Does that strike you as rather late in the day?
I don't have an opinion on it. No, I'm not. No.
And then
there were lots of other expert groups as well. We touched on all sorts of bodies, not all of whom I've ever heard of until we were going here. It was up to Donald and his team to decide what expertise they wished to call in, how to organise it.
And it would appear that there wasn't direct communication between ministers and the expert groups.
No, there wouldn't.
Is there any reason why that couldn't have taken place, with ministers attending meetings or ministers asking to have experts come and...
Well, they've been banned. If you remember, people got very upset because Dominic Cummings insisted on attending the meetings of SAGE, and a lot of the members of SAGE objected to this political figure turning up at their meetings because they strongly suspected he was, he might be tempted to start trying to politicise the findings of SAGE. So I would have been very surprised if I'd heard that some minister was insisting on turning up at a medical advisory group of this kind.
So would it be right?
I keep quoting Covey, but it's fresh in everybody's memory, and it's a good example of the precise point you're making. There was fuss last year coming from the medics about Mr. Cummings' insistence on going to, I think he probably stopped it eventually, attending these expert advisory groups when they were discussing it.
So would it be right to understand the practice or convention that certainly at that time, possibly still, would be ministers would be provided with information about recommendations of expert advisory groups, really if and only if it went through the chain of medical officers?
The advice given to you by the medical officers would be based on the advice they were getting from these expert advisory groups.
Can I then move, just before we break for lunch, to a different topic now entirely, and the issue of the policy of self-sufficiency and the redevelopment of BPL. When
I didn't have anything to do with that.
No, the redevelopment of BPL was a decision taken by Mr. Finsberg in 1982. I'm not going to ask you about the detail of that.
I've seen that from the paper.
When you were Minister of State for Health, did you understand that there was a formal policy of achieving self-sufficiency?
Yeah. I referred to it sometimes in parliamentary questions.
Yes, and there are some statements, we can look at them if it would assist, but there are some statements where it seems to suggest that the government decided in 1982 upon a policy of self-sufficiency.
Yeah, this is David Owen's point. It's got drawn to my attention some time ago. I'm sorry David's taken offence. David appears now to have taken offence that it's not acknowledged. We didn't. That my parliamentary answers didn't acknowledge that he had had such a policy 4 or 5 years before. I had no idea he had such a policy. I had no idea what went on in the 1970s, and it's pretty obvious from the answers I gave that I didn't know we'd had that policy. We hadn't achieved self-sufficiency. I suspect the surge in demand for factor 8, when it started being routinely prescribed as a prophylactic, meant that whatever they did I don't know what they did about it in 1978, but it wasn't sufficient to catch up. So Geoffrey Finsberg, again nothing to do with me, obviously decided that we really needed major investment in the blood products laboratory at Elstree. As far as I'm aware, you can point out some of the my only involvement in the whole thing from beginning to end was, as I usually did quite often in the department, was to start inquiring when it started being delayed a bit and you had cost overruns, and I was, as usual, asking, who's in charge of this? What are we doing to keep to the timetable and control the costs? And that was, I think, taken out of my hands when it's in the document somewhere. The permanent secretary, who's the chief accounting officer, it's his main job, he's the chief civil servant, and he keeps cost controls and spending. He's meant to keep a direct day-to-day control on. It turned out that my memos alerted him, and I got a little memo from him saying this is all news to me, I think. No one had even bothered to tell him that this major project was in danger of slipping over costs, and I assume the permanent secretary intervened and made sure that something was done to make sure that the contractors and the blood products laboratory people weren't just being allowed to spend money as it came along, But I don't recall that otherwise the expansion of the blood products laboratory had anything to do with me as Minister of State at all.
I think you, as you referred to, you did make, I think, statements from time to time in the House about the policy in general terms and the redevelopment works. I think this almost certainly follows logically from what you've said about not knowing there was a preceding policy from the 70s. And I think it probably follows that you can't shed any light on what happened to the self-sufficiency policy between the mid-70s and 1982.
Haven't a clue.
Do you may not remember this now, Lord Clarke, but do you recall whether at the time, in the period 82 to 85, there was a clear understanding within the department of what was meant by self-sufficiency?
That we'd stop. The aim was to stop being dependent on imports from the United States of America.
Do you know whether it was based upon self-sufficiency in terms of having enough blood products to provide for home treatment and prophylactic treatment of haemophiliacs, or whether it was based upon a less ambitious treatment programme?
It was presumably based on what was thought to be the necessary demand for the product. Other than that, I don't know.
And you didn't have any involvement in the analysis?
I have no involvement. If you found my memory is playing tricks with me, I apologise. I mean, if you found some documents suggesting that I had anything to do really much with Elstree, I think I made a visit to it once. I can't remember why somebody invited me to visit it, and I met the director, but it was fairly inconsequential because I wasn't involved. But I'm not sure about that. I think I did. But I just don't recall that the thing was regarded. It had been decided by Geoffrey Finsberg. It was going ahead, and the main problems were, as they are with every public sector project, major capital project, try to make sure that as far as possible kept to time and was kept somewhere near the cost. That's always been a big problem, and it was a very big problem in the 1980s, a very big problem in the strangely managed National Health Service.
Do you recall having any information or being told anything about the position in relation to Scotland or Northern Ireland?
I had absolutely, then and now, I had no idea what the position was in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Sir, there are a couple of documents I'm going to ask Lord Clarke to look at before we then move on to his second period in office. But if we do it at 2 o'clock, I can probably cut down on the number of documents that we need to usefully look at.
Shall we?
I don't think there's much more I can tell you about my involvement in this when I was Minister of State, except to repeat what I said when I started, that I don't think hardly anything ever came to me for my personal decision. I was not the minister. I was a junior minister in the department. I was not the minister responsible for blood products.
Well, we will shortly after lunch move on to your time as Secretary of State for Health, Lord Clarke.
And so we'll take a break now until...
By that time, the tragedy was all over, and I was involved then in the finances of it. That was my involvement then.
At 2 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
2 o'clock.
Lord Clarke, just dealing still for a short period with BPL. You've described in your statement, and I'm not proposing to go through the documentation in relation to this, your involvement when there was a significant a request for a significant increase in funding, basically large amount of extra money, some 10 million or so, I think, sought in the first instance, roughly.
That was bound to come to me.
You became involved, and as you said, the Permanent Secretary, Sir Kenneth Stowe, became involved. I think you had a meeting with the one of those involved with the CBLA, hauled into the office, so to speak, and asked to explain what was going on. The question I just wanted to ask you to consider is this. We can see from the various parliamentary statements that you or others made that the expected date of completion shifted. So it went from the end of 1985 to the beginning of 1986 to sometime in 1986, and then I think by the time you left office, beginning of 1987 was the expectation. Do you have any thought as to whether the lack of proper cost control, and you describe it as does, I think, Sir Kenneth, in fairly scathing terms, both in terms of the developers and the department's own lack of control over the issue?
Well, it was me trying to put the pressure on for them to think what they were doing and get control over it. That's why in the documents I may have used scathing terms.
Do you have any sense of whether that contributed to the delays in the redevelopment?
No, the delays were probably just they underestimated. I mean, it happens. I say, you name me a major capital building project in the health service, but it didn't happen in the 1980s, and it does today. Just think of some of the major projects we've got, you know. I won't take a big one like HS2. We all know what's happening to it. It's just something about the management of public sector building projects. As it happens, the delay to the blood products laboratory made absolutely no difference whatever to the infection of patients, because long before it was finished, we'd started heat treating the blood products, the factor 8. So people were no longer getting infected with HIV and AIDS, but it was still very wise to move on to protect us against future risks, to move to be self-sufficiency. And by the standards, I'm afraid, I'm being too cynical, by the standards of major public spending capital projects, it wasn't actually that spectacularly over cost and over time. There were far worse. But I don't think it made any difference to the subject matter of this inquiry.
And without going into the detail of the sums involved, broadly speaking, the department and the Treasury, as I understand it, did decide to pay.
Yes, it was never held up for.
Sort.
It was never held up for financial reasons. We had no choice really, unless you were going to suddenly start abandoning the policy altogether. We got so far that one could grumble and try to get them to exercise greater control in future, but they got the money, and it was just built over cost and a little late.
I want to come next to your second period in office as Secretary of State for Health. This was from the 25th of July 1988 to the 1st of November 1990, and as I think you explained yesterday morning, Lord Clarke, this was now simply the Department of Health, not the Department of Health and Social Security.
That's right.
Two separate departments. And then in terms of the more junior ministers, the Minister of State in the Department of Health so the role that you'd originally performed in the period we've just been looking at, was David Mellor from July 88 to October 89, and then Virginia Bottomley. And the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State was Edwina Curry for a period in 1988, then Roger Freeman, and then Stephen Dorrell. And I think you've identified in your statement, in terms of Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Lords, Lord Trafford for a very short period of time, and then Baroness Hooper.
Baroness Hooper, and Virginia Bottomley was there as well, I think.
Yes,
right?
I think I've mentioned her.
Yeah, she was
Minister of State.
She did social services. That's what Virginia. She did other things as well, but her main thing was social services.
When you arrived back in,
as you say, David Mellor was the nearest equivalent to the job I'd previously done.
Yeah, well, it was David Mellor and then Virginia Bottomley.
And then Virginia, that's right.
And you've given the dates in your statement. To what extent, when you arrived back in the department in 1988, had there been any changes, leaving aside the huge change of no longer being social security, being a Department of Health, had there been any changes that you detected in the way in which it operated, or the way in which the civil servants operated, the ministers were briefed?
I can't remember anything too startling. No, I don't think so. I think my predecessor had quite a difficult time there, John Moore.
And that was John Moore, I think. And then can we just go to your second statement? Seamus, it's WITN 0758012. If we go to the bottom of the second page, you've talked about the immediate topic on the agenda being NHS reform. If we go to the top of the next page.
That was the dominant issue and activity of my period of office.
And I just want to ask you about what you say in the last sentence of this first paragraph. You say, I was also conscious of the fact that control of the NHS through Whitehall was over-centralised, and there was a need to separate policy and operational decision-making. What did you mean by that in terms of the...
Well, I say yesterday, we had, I think it was the Department of Health on its own, had about 6,000 plus civil servants who, we were spending quite a lot of them, were spending their time second-guessing decisions that were being made in Wakefield, and they were really very good positions to second guess them, because all the criticism and all the rows all seemed to come back to us, and the system kind of encouraged channeling them in. And some of the decision making that I tried to introduce was one of the phrases I tried to use, slightly not particularly political phrases, was responsibility downwards and accountability upwards. I wanted more responsibility for decision taking to be moved down to the people actually on the ground, though you had to change the management structure and get rid of this consensus management so you could actually have a sensible business-like management structure locally, and then you gave them more responsibility for taking their own local decisions on how they develop services, where they provided them, and all that. At the same time, as you devolved it, what matters essentially was, as I say, accountability upwards. So you held them to account, that's one of your jobs in the centre, and I was particularly anxious that we got into a mood where, by what we meant when we were holding them accountable, was what is the quality of the patient care you're delivering? What improvements in patient care, what benefits are the patients getting from the way you're running the health authority? So I'll try to give you a little speech, but that was what that little phrase, Whitehall was, control of the NHS through Whitehall was over-centralised. I've given you a slightly more detailed explanation of what the idea I particularly had got, the BI got in my bonnet on that.
And then, can you recall whether, for the second period in office, relationships between the Department of Health and the devolved administrations in particular?
I don't think it was any different.
No, you've anticipated the question. I can't recall any.
I really do not recall having anything to do with the health service in Scotland, and I don't remember much in Wales either.
Now, if we look at WITN 0758013, You will see, Lord Clarke, that this is a minute dated the 6th of December 1988 in relation to a proposal to establish a new advisory committee, the Advisory Committee on the Virological Safety of Blood. And it's copied to your private office, as I understand it. I think that's the name, Mrs. Goldhill, we see there would be your private office. Is that right?
Yep.
And then if we go to WIT, sorry, no, I've got two references for it. Let me try both of them. WITN 075, no, try this one. PRSC 0003956. Sorry, Shomek. Yeah. So we can see this is the submission. Ministers are asked to agree that a new body to advise the health departments on the virological safety of the blood supply should be set up. And then we can see under the heading background, it says screening of blood donors is important both for the safety of blood used in transfusion and for the safety of blood products made from donated plasma. Historically, the blood transfusion services have adopted new screening procedures in an ad hoc fashion in response to advances in clinical knowledge. In some cases, the advice of specially constituted expert groups has been sought, e.g. as with hepatitis and AIDS. Concern to maintain the safety of the blood supply has been heightened by the greater public and clinical awareness of the potential for viral contamination and the new developments in product liability legislation. There's then, under the heading interested parties, a description of various other bodies involved in issues relating to the blood supply. I'm not going to ask you about that, but if we go over the page to the heading need for a new advisory body, paragraph 7 says decisions on testing for particular viruses involve a range of disciplines. Clinical and scientific expertise must be balanced by expertise representing the practicality and cost benefit of testing. Neither the, and then it refers to the three of the existing bodies, the Committee on the Safety of Medicines, the Central Blood Laboratories Authority, or the Blood Transfusion Service, have the remit or expertise to take this broader view approach. Their conflicting interests are ultimately in no one's best interest. The new advisory body will embrace the expertise of all interested groups. Its remit will be to advise on measures to minimise virological contamination whilst maintaining adequate supplies. It will therefore embrace the cost-benefit concept. Paragraph 9, there is no suitable existing body. All of the UK must be covered. And then if we go towards the bottom of the page, under the heading Early Tasks, the new body will be able to advise on current practice and policies for screening for infections, which include the following. And you'll see that they includes hepatitis B, non-A, non-B, CMV, and so on. And then over the page, paragraph 13 is the decision that sought. Ministers are asked to agree that the new body should be established with the remit. Now, this was, as you'll see from that, essentially the first time a body with this overarching oversight of the safety of the blood supply was established. Do you have any views on whether it would have been a good idea to have a body such as this much earlier on, so that you could have drawn on it in the difficult decisions being taken in 83?
Well, you can debate that if you like. I mean, with the wisdom of hindsight, you obviously could argue it would be useful to have had it a few years before, but that's, you can say that about practically everything. I mean, people do make worthwhile changes and reforms as things move on. It reads as though it was an extremely good idea to have this. As it happens, of course, it was being set up after the worst example of infected blood supplies had already done its worst, and we'd suffered the tragedy. But yes, I mean, plainly, we never know. It might well have, it probably would have been very helpful if we'd had this committee some years before. But in all kinds of areas of life, you can say that. Once you've made a change and something's been improved, you can, quite often, if it works, find people saying, "Oh, if only we'd had this 10 years ago," in every kind of way of life.
And we'll look probably tomorrow at one of the issues with which it was particularly concerned, which was the introduction of screening in relation to hepatitis C. But I'll come back to that.
Hepatitis C, yes. We somehow got more aware of hepatitis is always there, it is today. But hepatitis, as we got past the dreadful AIDS crisis, hepatitis began to be more important, as were the discussions, and to dominate the discussions more here.
Now, what I'm going to be asking you about really for the rest of today's session, Lord Clarke, is about the Macfarlane Trust, funding for the Macfarlane Trust, and then about the HIV haemophilia litigation. And just so that you understand why those questions are being asked, Lord Clarke, part of this inquiry's terms of reference is not simply to look at how people came to be infected, but to look at the government's response, including the issue of financial support.
Well, yes, I mean, it was set up because the government, 30 years later, was still facing these campaigns for more money. And so they've slightly passed that to you. Which is not an enviable... Whatever you ask will be regarded by some campaigners as not enough. That you get used to that in the field of health. If you're a health minister or an education minister, you might have the naive belief that when you give people money, they will say, thank you very much, God bless you, Mr. Clarke, or something. In fact, whenever you give anybody money, the immediate response of the lobby is, it's not enough. And they try and get more. And they're still facing that today.
Now, the Macfarlane Trust itself was established prior to you taking up your appointment in July of 1988.
Yeah, I don't remember being involved in setting it. It wasn't a government body anyway, I don't think, was it?
No, and again, so that others following understand, the announcement of the £10 million, what was called ex gratia payment to the Macfarlane Trust was made in November 1987 by the then Minister of State for Health, Tony Newton. So some months before you then became Secretary of State for Health. Did you, when you then became involved, and you did fall to you to take some decisions about it, or be involved in decisions about whether to provide extra funding, did you gain any understanding as to why it had been decided to establish an ex gratia payment scheme via a charitable trust?
I think because, not personally, I've never met anybody who doesn't feel sympathy with each individual victim of this tragedy, with so many people dying of AIDS or hepatitis in particular, when we had this problem of infected blood products. So, the desire to do something to at least alleviate any financial problems, which might be one of the consequences of the loss which people had suffered, had obviously been the motivation. You had to be careful because it's impossible. There's no way of saying what is the right figure. You can only seek to help. And the Macfarlane Trust seems to have been chosen as the vehicle to actually to make the individual decisions about how to distribute it. But I don't think, remember particularly inquiring particularly, I think that was fairly obviously the reason for setting up the Macfarlane Trust.
But did you gain any understanding of why that particular mechanism of a charitable trust had been chosen?
I don't think I ever asked, so it seemed a perfectly reasonable way of doing it to me.
The point at which you were then first asked to become involved, and we'll look at the chronology of events in a moment, but do you recall there ever being any attempt by the department to ascertain the actual needs of those who'd been infected, or in particular their financial
Well, I think
needs?
my understanding, you tell me, because I wasn't close to it, it's being Secretary of State in the middle of all the rows I was, they were spending a high proportion of my time on the Macfarlane Trust. Every now and again, I got myself involved and touched on it, because it did involve, the difficult questions of making ex gratia payments out of our budget. But so I don't really know, but it seemed to be a perfectly satisfactory mechanism. Leave it to them to distribute it. They were accepted, I think, by the families involved.
Did you have any expectation as Secretary of State for Health that the Macfarlane Trust would obtain approval for its policies from the department, or seek?
I don't think I'm not sure. I know. I think I've said in my evidence. I think it was independent of the department, wasn't it? It wasn't accountable to the department, I don't think.
And there was
the only time we seemed to have got disturbed by it was when we gave it extra money, and then people started complaining because it was very, very slow in distributing it. And there appears to have been a debate within the haemophiliac world as to whether the Macfarlane Trust should be trying to assess the individual needs and hardship of victims and their families, or whether everybody should get a share. And and the same sums should go to everybody. But I don't think that had anything to do with the government much.
And there was a process whereby a certain number of trustees of the Macfarlane Trust would be nominated by the Secretary of State.
Is that so? I'd forgotten that.
Was that something you were ever directly involved in?
I don't remember. I might have been.
Can we then come to, I think that there was a publication in October 1988 of a newspaper article, and you asked about being slow to pay out and so on. You asked for information about it. I'm not going to trouble you with that. But if we can then pick up your dealings...
well, the people we thought we were benefiting were willing to complain to us that it wasn't distributing the money.
I'm going to just pick things up in the middle of 1989, so a year in now to your post as Secretary of State. If we look at WITN 0758026, you'll see, Lord Clarke, this is a letter from the Haemophilia Society dated the 12th of July 1989, addressed to you. You'll see by reference the first paragraph, the context is by this time High Court proceedings
yes, I know. It was a group who started it, wasn't it? I don't know how many plaintiffs there were.
If we go down just towards the bottom of the page, however, just looking at the last paragraph, it says, the purpose of this letter is to ask the government to now take a compassionate view of people with haemophilia who've been so tragically infected through the use of contaminated blood products. The court actions, which are only now beginning, could take a very long time indeed to reach a conclusion. 149 people with haemophilia have already contracted fully diagnosable AIDS. Of that number, 93 have died. This represents huge personal and family tragedy and loss, leaving widows and fatherless children as well as couples who've lost a child. And over the page...
Sorry, when is this? Was the Macfarlane Trust already set up?
Yes.
Who's this letter from?
From the General Secretary of the Haemophilia Society. In this
I see. Yeah.
And we'll see, top of the next page, thank you.
But they hadn't brought the legal action, had they?
No, individuals brought the legal action.
Yeah, I think they'd taken legal advice and advised not to.
So you'll see in the first sentence there, first paragraph, while we're ever mindful and deeply appreciative of the £10 million granted on an ex gratia payment in 1987, and with which the Macfarlane Trust has been established, that is simply not enough to give people charge over their own affairs, as they so rightly deserve in the circumstances under which they have to live. While then the Macfarlane Trust has been useful over the past 2 years, it cannot take the place of compensation, and in any case is chronically underfunded for the task it has to undertake. We urge you and your colleagues to review the situation whereby those cases will have to drag themselves all the way through the courts in a manner that will be both costly and deeply humiliating for both the litigants and the government. So that's the letter that was sent to you, July 1989. I just want to look at the reply that was sent, in fact, by Lord Trafford rather than you.
I'm saying, yesterday that you get lots and lots. They're not all replied to by the Secretary of State.
And if we look at DHSC 0003989_067, this is a letter of the 21st of August 1989 from Lord Trafford. Thanks you for the letter to you. And then the second paragraph, the Secretary of State shares the great sympathy we all feel, and my ministerial colleagues have often expressed, for all those who've suffered this great misfortune. We demonstrated this sympathy in a tangible way by providing on an entirely ex gratia basis the £10 million grant to the Macfarlane Trust, which you acknowledge in your letter. We were deeply anxious to do whatever we properly could. However, it remains our view, as we indicated in response to your Society's main campaign, that the question of compensation is a matter for the courts to decide, and then reference is made to the proceedings. Two matters, Lord Clarke. First of all, is it right to understand this exchange of correspondence as essentially the government is saying no to the particular plea put forward by the Haemophilia Society?
That seems to be a polite way of declining it, yes. They obviously... Tony Trafford is sort of running it in with the litigation.
And we can see...
And one of the problems that arose when we did eventually top it up was to try to make it clear that this was not... it had to be distinct from settling the legal action. We won't encourage people to keep assuming that somehow we're under a legal liability to pay this. Okay, the problem was it's very difficult to distinguish between this particular group of patients and other campaigns where, again, there have been medical accidents, usually because of lack of medical knowledge and so on. You always have those. Much as well payments or compensate all the people whose treatment hasn't worked or has had undesirable side effects. We did distinguish between hemophiliacs and the others, but it's actually quite difficult. I think the ones that were alive at the time were Valium, which had been overprescribed and given rise to, I think, addiction to far too many people. Intrauterine devices was a very nasty one, which we had a group campaigning about. I mean, other times, I can't remember all the others, they always happened over the years. Thalidomide was another, but I don't think that was at this time, that was later, I think. But the infected blood problem, and hemophiliacs in particular, is just the only example I can think of a campaign that's just been sustained for decades. None of the others have. Now, at the time, it was a great tragedy. It's probably the worst tragedy of its kind. It's arguable in the history of the health service, of people dying because lack of knowledge of the medical problems we were facing with a new disease. But we wanted to help, but you had to be cautious. You couldn't establish a general principle. I'm sure the present government somebody will start arguing that they should compensate everybody who caught COVID, but they won't be able to do that.
And would it be right to understand from the fact that the second paragraph, so the top paragraph on the screen, refers to you, the Secretary of State shares the great sympathy we all feel. Would it be right to understand that this decision to say no at this point in time to the Haemophilia Society's request for funding would have been a decision to which you'd have been party?
Well, no, I don't think so.
So you wouldn't necessarily expect that this decision to
No, not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, more likely to come to me if Tony had been either minded to or had been advised to start paying another few million. That would have come to me because he wouldn't have felt it quite within his authority to do that without getting my approval. But this polite declining to increase the 10 million, particularly as I've said, well, it's not exactly a surprising letter to receive. Practically, you give ex gratia payments to anybody in the health service, and the reaction of the recipients will usually be, it's not enough.
I want to then just ask you to look at the way in which a similar request was expressed later in 1989 through a parliamentary debate. It's DHSC 0002939_002, please show me. You'll see this is, I think, in a German debate. In any event, it's 13th of November 1989, and you'll see the speaker on the left is Mr. Patrick Cormack. And then if we go down the page, just a little further down, if you see the long paragraph there, Lord Clarke, beginning, "We are dealing with a well-defined and inevitably sadly diminishing group of people." Just want to pick it up.
Is this Patrick saying this?
This is Patrick saying this, Patrick Cormack. I just want to pick it up just nearly halfway down the paragraph where he says this: "No one can give back to those victims the hope of a normal life that was once theirs. No one can remove the uncertainty with which they and their families live from day to day, the uncertainty of when the bell will toll. If any group of people live in the shadow of death, they do. It is no wonder that their story has been described as the most tragic in the history of the NHS. Many of them carry the extra burden of financial hardship or the even greater worry."
Yes, this was obviously at the stage where we had not yet developed, there never has been a cure for AIDS. There's no vaccine for it either, even today. But eventually they developed a treatment, which meant it wasn't necessarily fatal, and many people with AIDS now live a normal life for years and years and years, having to be treated.
Yes, and you're right, this is long before that.
Yeah.
Many of them carry the extra burden of financial hardship or the even greater worry of not knowing how their dependents will fare after they have gone. Was there anything in that description with which you as Secretary of State would have disagreed?
Not at all.
Now, if we then pick up around this time, November 1989, is the point in time at which you're asked to take decisions about the possibility of increasing funds for the Macfarlane Trust. And we can pick that up at DHSC 0004415_156. This is a note from Mr. Heppel, 7th of November 1989, and it's addressed to Mr. McKeon, so your...
He was my principal private secretary.
We can see it says, this is a short note designed to act as an agenda for tomorrow morning's meeting with the Secretary of State. It reflects discussion between MSH and myself in the light of our meeting this afternoon with Mr. Robert Keyes MP, who is also Vice President of the Haemophilia Society. And then it sets out the Minister of State, so I think that's Virginia Bottomley by now, aim to identify proposals which sufficiently meet the aspirations of the Haemophilia Society so that they're prepared to recommend their members not to proceed with legal action, are accepted by the public and, if possible, the campaigners as being an adequate response to the situation of haemophiliacs with AIDS/HIV, do not set any unacceptable precedents for the future, e.g. by implying NHS liability.
Yes, the third is the problem I referred to a minute ago.
Which reflects the best available medical information at the time but turns out later to be wrong, or accepting a duty of care for the approval of particular new drugs. And then if we go over... Sorry, no, let me pick it up, bottom of the page. There are then proposals put forward. So the first proposal, increasing the Macfarlane Trust's funds by 2.5 or 3 times over the next 3 to 4 years. And then if we go over the page, the second option, this is the second paragraph, quantifying and making public the average value per family of social support on top of any help from the Macfarlane Trust. This would cover social security and social services, but probably not healthcare. And then third, explaining to the Haemophilia Society the strain that a court case is bound to put on the families concerned and that the government cannot give way on the principle of liability.
So they're Virginia's proposals?
Yes, I think that's right. Or in any that they are, in any event, the civil servants' proposals to meet the objectives identified by Mrs. Bottomley. And then we can see financially, paragraph 4, it said there's no obvious money in our kitty for this year, but we will need to go through the budgets in more detail. Treasury are likely to resist any further claim on the contingency reserve, and then we could find the money in future years by top slicing the...
That's what was done eventually, isn't it? Top slicing other programmes, modestly.
It may be. I'm not sure I'm going to need to ask you about the mechanics, but in any event, as I understand the position both from the documents and your statement, we don't have a record of the meeting that was taking place with you to which this refers. And do you have any recollection of it independently?
No. As before, I don't have much recollection of this. I can remember being involved, but I don't have any recollection of who said what when and figures and things, except what I can extract from the documents.
Well, we can pick matters up then later in November 1989 with a letter that you yourself sent to the Prime Minister. It's at HMTR 601_006.
Yes, because Margaret got quite interested in this as it went along, didn't she? She too was sympathetic to the haemophilia victims and their families.
Lord Clarke, your reference to Mrs. Thatcher has reminded me of a question I wanted to ask before we look at this document. Do you recall, in the earlier period with which your evidence has thus far been concerned, your period as Minister of State for Health, 82 to 85, do you recall any particular interest or involvement of the Prime Minister at that stage?
I don't, actually. I don't think... she must have been aware of it, because it was, one of the things in the newspapers, that it wasn't the biggest controversy we had at Health. I don't recall her at that stage intervening. It's quite clear that at this stage, when we were now dealing with the consequences, she obviously did get... She was minded to be sympathetic, if we could be, try to... We couldn't compensate them in full, but to mitigate the problems, the financial problems at least, that some of the families were suffering.
And then if we look at the text of your letter to the Prime Minister, you say, as you're well aware, a fast-escalating campaign is being run on behalf of haemophiliacs with HIV infection, and I thought you would wish to know of my proposals for responding to the campaign in a sympathetic way while containing the consequences for the NHS generally. The factor that about 1,200 haemophiliacs in the UK were infected with HIV through the use of early commercial blood products, mainly American, which were inadvertently contaminated with the virus, most of them at a time when the threat was not appreciated or poorly understood. It is a great tragedy, but it was not occasioned by negligence either on the part of the clinicians involved or on the part of government. Then you refer to the litigation, and then you say, we believe the court will find in favour of the defendants. I'm strongly of the view that the case should go to trial and that we should not take any action that implied an admission of fault. And then in the next paragraph...
That was my view at the time.
Next paragraph, you then refer to the suggestion of an out-of-court settlement and say, I'm against this on two grounds. Firstly, however it was presented, there will be an implication that we've accepted liability, and this would have implications for NHS treatment generally. And secondly, the cost consequences would be enormous. You refer to what the likely...
That's if you start paying out full compensation without any negligence or liability.
And then you say, if we were on behalf of this particular group to separate compensation from the need to establish negligence, there's no doubt the department will be joined in other litigious actions involving licensed medicines, surgical devices, and so on. And you give a couple of examples. And then you say, at the last paragraph...
I'm mentioning the two. I probably was reminded of it by this letter. Sorry.
And then you say further, the present system by which medicines are licensed could be undermined if medical experts believe that they may be more open to litigation. They might be unwilling to attest that new drugs or medicines should be licensed, thus depriving patients of the opportunity of benefiting from medical advances. Finally, if we were to offer what would be in effect no fault compensation to this group, we will rightly be accused of inequity. There are many others who, for no fault of the clinicians involved, are damaged as a result of medical treatment. The arguments were fully explored in the Pearson Commission of 1978, and little has changed since then to convince us that they're no longer valid. So you were, is this right to
Yes, I was anticipating. I mean, they're the reviews I was giving 2 minutes ago. They are my views.
And you were opposed to a system of no fault compensation, as is clear from the letter.
I just think it's impossible. I'm sorry to keep referring to it, but it's a bigger... It's quite a similar analogy. I think COVID's the obvious example. If you had no fault compensation, you'd have vast numbers of people who've had COVID who'd all expect to be compensated once they'd calculated the financial effects on them. And that'd be one way of bankrupting the government, finally, if you did that.
And then if we go to the next paragraph, you say this: however, I do recognise the degree of public sympathy aroused on behalf of this particular group. I therefore believe we need to act quickly to restore some perspective. Can you assist us with understanding what you mean by that?
I'm not sure what I mean by that. I think everybody felt a degree of sympathy. So just can we find it's almost like saying, can we find some sensible way of at least doing something to help? That's what my understanding is. That's what we were doing throughout these discussions about the McFarlane Trust.
And so you say one solution which involves no admission of negligence and creates no difficult precedent would be to increase the funds available to the McFarlane Trust. You will recall we allocated £10 million in 1987 specifically to help those haemophiliacs who were in actual financial need because of their HIV infection, and we made it clear then that the trust fund was not compensation. So you then set out your proposal to Mrs Thatcher. What I have in mind is to announce a further allocation of £20 million. This raises the total provision to £30 million, which is equivalent to an average payment of £24,000 per case. This is in line with the better European schemes, although it is less than the Canadians will announce shortly, and reference is made to that. Our further allocation would be front-end loaded to allow the Trust to give immediate help of £10,000 to each family unit affected, but would also help the Trust to continue on a more generous...
Yes, by this time they got a compromise between sharing it all out evenly and dealing particularly with those in particular need.
And then the next paragraph says, since any increased allocation could not and should not be tied to any deal concerning the litigation, it's not guaranteed to buy off the action. Even these sums, which will be widely seen as little more than a palliative, will be difficult for us to find within existing resources. However, it should ease the press campaign for a time at least, and if we're successful in the preliminary issues due to be heard in January, the number of plaintiffs could be substantially reduced. I would propose Mrs Bottomley makes a statement in the House about the new cash injection for the Trust. I think it may be advisable to try and do this before the Canadian scheme is made public. Just to understand your thinking in relation to the latter point, was the desire to get in ahead of the Canadian scheme because once the Canadian scheme is announced...
Well, we were bound to be attacked for not giving enough, as I've just said. Indeed, we are still attacked for not giving enough. And, you know, the plaintiffs in the legal action had no sooner settled than they started denouncing the government for not giving them enough by way of settlement. It's just predictable, I'm afraid. It's human nature. And certainly it is in these sort of political things. And so to have the unfortunate coincidence of making our further offer of help coinciding with the news that the Canadians have just done the same, and unlike other countries, they seem likely to exceed what we've offered, you know, would be an unfortunate way of presenting what we were doing, and would have just excited stronger reactions to what we were doing.
And then in the preceding paragraph where you refer to the sums which will be widely seen as little more than a palliative.
Well, that's what will be argued. It's bound to be.
Was that your own view?
Indeed, it still is being argued. That's why we've got this inquiry.
Was that your own view, or were you simply referring to their...
No. It was, my view was that we will... I'm giving you my view. I'm trying not to be... I mean, it's not... I'm not... I am... As I get older, I get more cynical, but I'm not just being cynical. The reality is that whatever we gave will be denounced as not enough. I warn you that if this inquiry announces more money, it will be one amongst those who react to it will be people denouncing them for not giving enough. I mean, it's non-stop, this. And this, the haemophilia campaigners have a persistence which dwarfs any other campaigners I know. I mean, that's why we're hearing all this almost 40 years later. It just goes on, and the government's latest reaction to it is to try to see if an inquiry will handle it for a bit. And we all want to get help. I mean, I've never met, I don't think the man or woman's been born who doesn't feel sympathy for the victims of this dreadful tragedy. Turning it into financial, help is difficult, and the way of the world is that there will always be some people who say whatever you give, it ain't enough, and it will be described as a palliative. And if you're not careful, if you rephrase it, it will be taken as, you see, they admit it was their fault all along, so we now got to calculate everything we've lost and have a sort of legal measure of compensation. You can't win, which explains the caution you see quite a lot of people exercising about how we respond to the natural human desire to help, but you've got to be careful how you do it. And then, actually, I touch on what didn't happen, actually, in the end, the way you'll set off lots and lots of other patient groups will all assume if you do it for the haemophiliacs, you should do it for us.
To what extent at this stage was the proposal that you're articulating here motivated by a concern to avoid bad press? Or to what extent was it motivated by concern for the position of those...
It was motivated by concern for the individuals. I mean, the bad press you've got to watch out for, the way you do it. I mean, there's no point in helping and, at least responding to one's own feelings that we, should do something to help if we possibly can. And then again, it might as well mitigate the extent to which you're denounced for it in the press. I say it's with great respect to the chairman. He faces the dilemma we did. I'm sure the expectation of the campaigners is he's going to recommend that a large sum of compensation is now given to the victims. And I just warn him that I better not go down this any further, but he won't find instant joy in doing it, because there'll be then an argument about whether it's enough.
I just want to then pick up what the Prime Minister's response was to your proposal, and we can do that, I think, by reference to CABO 010003_005. I think I've got.
But again, we did make more money available eventually, didn't we?
You did. I'm looking at the decision-making process, Lord Clarke, and your evidence is a convenient way for us to put that into the public domain, and we obviously can't ask Mrs. Thatcher. So this is a minute from Paul Gray, 17th of November 1989, to the Prime Minister. Just want to...
that looks like my underlining, funny enough.
It may be. I don't know. In any event, it talks about that that you, Ken Clarke, this evening sent you the attached minute. I think that's the document we've just looked at. With no warning this was coming, there's no evidence it's been cleared by the Treasury. You'll wish to consider the points made in the letter. For the most part, they repeat the dilemma you've recognised in the earlier deliberations this week. Acceptance of liability at this stage would have enormous repercussions, but public pressure for some further action is intense. There's then a reference to correspondence that's been received, including heartrending examples. And then Ken Clarke's proposal for a quick further injection of 20 million may be the right conclusion, but there are counter-arguments. Is it enough? Will it have any effect in buying off pressure or merely encourage demands for more, particularly if it's quickly followed by a Canadian announcement? And so the suggestion is that there should be a discussion involving the Treasury. I'm not going to...
John Major was the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who, at that stage, who handled the public spending decisions there.
And then I think there is, I don't think we need to go to it, there is a decision from the Prime Minister to discuss the proposal with the Treasury and with you, and we can pick the picture up next at HMTR 601_008.
She obviously must have expressed some interest in it for me to be doing this minute to the Prime Minister. Well, I suspect, I get my recollection, she was like the rest of us, was anxious to do something if we easily could, if we actually could.
And we can see this is looks like a briefing note. It's from R.B. Saunders. I think it's a Treasury document. So it's addressed to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
Yes, it's going to the Chancellor.
And we can see it's dated the 20th of November 1989. It's copied to the Chancellor and others. And it refers to the first paragraph. You're attending a meeting about this with the Prime Minister this afternoon. Genesis is a meeting the Prime Minister is having with the Hemophiliacs Society. And then paragraph 3 is the recommendation you should support Mr. Clarke's proposal so long as he agrees to absorb the costs, as in paragraph 5.
This is the Treasury reaction. It's wholly predictable. Yes, that's to this day, that's how they react to anything of this kind.
And join him in resisting any pressure for more generous treatment. And then it goes on to talk about what the actual proposal is in relation to...
The Prime Minister was obviously sympathetic because she wouldn't normally expect her to agree to a meeting with the Hemophiliacs Society. She'd ask a health minister to meet them on her behalf, but she herself had obviously got interested.
So is it right to understand that from this the Treasury stance, and you said I think it's probably the typical Treasury stance, fine as long as it comes out of the Department of Health's budget?
Absolutely. I tell you, if you have a spending proposal, is their reaction 90% of the cases, and I think that's what we eventually did. It's one thing you have to bear in mind when you are a health minister. It's too easy to be frightfully generous with other people's money. Every time you do give money, there's some other health expenditure that you're having to hold back or withhold or restrain. You simply can't. There's no such thing as free money. There's no open-ended supply of money to go to.
And then we can see a reflection of the discussion at the meeting between you, the Prime Minister, and the Treasury on the 20th of November 1989 at HMTR 601_012. This is a document from Paul Gray, so from number 10, to so the Prime Minister's private secretary to your private secretary. It's addressed to Andy McKeon. And
we obviously had a discussion.
Yes. So again, I don't need to go through all of it.
My 20 million suggestion.
Yes. So we can see that there's obviously been a discussion in the course of that afternoon with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and the Attorney General also present. And I think that's probably Norman Lamont at this stage. And then if we go further down the page...
Yes, John Major wasn't there very long as Chief Secretary. I think by this time Norman Lamont is Chief Secretary.
Yes, I think that's right. And then we can see there's a discussion about the litigation, and then summing up this part of the discussion, the Prime Minister said it was agreed that the issue of whether or not to proceed with a further allocation to the Macfarlane Trust need not be affected by the position reached in the legal proceedings. The issue therefore fell to be settled on political grounds. Your proposal is then set out, and you say you propose to find it from within the new departmental budget resulting from the autumn statement decisions. And then if we go over the page, top of the page, you're recorded as saying this: £20 million would undoubtedly fall well below the aspirations of those campaigning for additional help, but he, that's you, thought it struck the right balance between the conflicting considerations?
Well, it's impossible to make, you couldn't calculate an exact sum. It's just a question of every individual's judgment of, I wouldn't repeat anything said in the letter. You just, in the end, it's just a question of what feels right and is actually affordable without doing too much damage to other parts of the health budget.
And then, just so that we understand, the reference to conflicting considerations, are those the points we saw set out in some of the earlier documents that we've looked at, that you and others had raised?
Sorry, no, what am I being asked?
If you look at that first paragraph, it says, but that's you, thought it struck the right balance between the conflicting considerations. And I'm just trying to understand what the conflicting considerations might be. Do you think that's a reference to the issues you've already alluded to, not wanting to set precedents?
Well, what do we say to the people who are pursuing, the groups who are campaigning for what they would describe as compensation for other groups? Yes, you have them all the time. And it's not easy to distinguish the hemophiliacs from other groups of people who had sadly suffered as a result of either medical mistakes, whether you're legally liable if you make a mistake, but other medical accidents when people hadn't been enough scientific knowledge of the full effect of particular medicines or particular treatments. In a rapidly changing health world, with the pace of clinical advance we have nowadays, it happens all the time, and it will continue to happen. And particularly when you have a new disease suddenly crop up.
And then we can see the document continues. In discussion, the following points were raised, and it's the first paragraph here I want to ask you about. In presenting such a package, it would be desirable, as well as avoiding any acceptance of legal liability, to avoid conceding any moral obligation. Rather, the emphasis should be on the special circumstances of this particular case, although distinguishing the position of the haemophiliacs from other difficult cases like vaccine damage was not easy. It was also reasonable to point out that without the treatment they were given with the blood products, many of the haemophiliacs would have died. Your Secretary of State would consider whether information about their life expectancy was available. Can I ask you first, Lord Clarke, about the first sentence? I understand entirely, and I'm not proposing to ask you why at this stage you wanted to avoid acceptance of legal liability. We'll look at the litigation later. But it's also recorded there that it would be desirable to avoid conceding any moral obligation. Why was that seen as important?
It's an odd phrase to use, isn't it, really? I think, with reading the document and interpreting it with hindsight as you are, the problem was to avoid, if we could, conceding that we accepted there was sort of fault on the part of the doctors or the health service or the government, because people don't understand once you start conceding fault, people don't understand why you're not accepting legal liability. Indeed, it is quite difficult to argue that there's no legal liability if you accept there's some fault on your part. Obviously, the thing to, as far as possible, the thing to try to make clear was this was being done as a gesture of what we believe to be public sympathy and desire to help if we could, which actually was the desire of the Prime Minister and ministers to help if we could, not to deal with every problem, but to at least give something that might alleviate some of the problems of the families affected. Without trying to overinterpret one phrase, that's how I read it now. That's what I think we're on about here.
And then if we look towards the end of that paragraph, it's recorded as a point of discussion or a point raised, reasonable to point out that without the treatment they were given with the blood products, many of the haemophiliacs would have died. Now, I explored this with you yesterday, Lord Clarke, to an extent, but I want to ask you at this point in time, are you able to assist us with what the factual basis is for what appears to have been your understanding articulated here? No,
I obviously had this. I still have this understanding. My recollection is that the haemophiliacs had quite a short life expectancy on average before this prophylactic treatment was produced, and they were at less risk from severe bleeding incidents as there had been, but you'll have to ask a doctor whether it's what the factual basis, whether that's factually, I mean, it's what I thought at the time was factually correct, and what I think was factually correct, and obviously the person in the Prime Minister's office, and producing this letter, thought was factually correct.
Well,
I mean, as far as I'm aware, it is factually correct, but I don't know. You need a medic to give you a definitive answer to that.
The source of the information recorded here, it's likely to have been you, isn't it, or your department, rather than the Prime Minister's department or Norman Lamont at the Treasury?
Well, it's a doctor, isn't it, somewhere, the original information. It is a medical judgment. I can't remember what the source of it was, why we all believed that, but again, unless you correct me, I believe it, and I still think it's true, but I mean, I haven't done research into finding out why it's actually true.
And then it continues, your Secretary of State would consider whether information about their life expectancy was available. I don't think the documents tell us if you did seek or obtain any such information. Are you able to help us in the absence of documents?
No. I couldn't off the cuff start answering questions about the life expectancy of victims.
In your witness statement, so if we go to the second statement again, WITN 0758012, if we go to page 51, we pick it up halfway through the bottom paragraph. You say here, looking back, it seems the amounts offered were the best solution available. There was no mathematical calculation or objective needs assessment. It was an exercise of a broad judgment in which the overall sum of £24,000 per family...
It's about £80,000 in today's money, isn't it?
I'm sure whether that's right. I think you give a different...
I'm not sure whether that's right. I haven't...
In any event,
off the cuff.
in which the overall sum of £24,000 per family seemed to be a reasonable outcome, having regard to the size of the funds that would have to be made available by the department. We shared the widespread public sympathy for the victims of this terrible tragedy, wanted to do what was possible. In the absence of a mathematical calculation or objective needs assessment, was this really an exercise in looking at what kind of amount of money can the department find from its existing budget and spare for the cause?
Well, it's all those things. It's, as I say, in the end, you're making a broad judgment. You know, how much can we find that is likely to be of some help, make a difference to the people affected? You know, what feels reasonable? The best reflection we can afford without doing damage to other possible, you know, expenditure we might engage on worthwhile health activities. How much is it proper, as it were, for us to see if we can find it, to as I haven't said, we aren't compensating everybody for their losses, we couldn't do that, but what that seems to be sufficient enough to make we hope a difference, to be of some benefit to the families connected. And so you correct me for a moment, and I apologise if my maths is wrong, but I seem to recall some of this. It's about £70,000 or £80,000 in 2021 money.
You say in your witness statement the sum of £20,000 represents a little more than £44,000 in total.
Oh, do I? Well, in that case, I've got it grotesquely wrong. I correct myself from my witness statement. It's 44,000 in today's money, is it?
To put it in context, in 1989 terms, £20,000 was less than the annual salary for 1 year of a backbench Member of Parliament.
What, the
£20,000 for... I mean,
that was then the annual salary of a Member of Parliament.
Well, it's in fact...
Well, that may well admittedly, because the Member of Parliament nowadays is paid £80,000
Yes.
a year. So I can't remember what it is. I'm not a Member of Parliament anymore.
£20,000, would you accept, wouldn't begin to provide... To compensate or recognise the kind of financial losses sustained by people who, because of their infection and the desperate consequences for their health have been unable to work year in, year out.
Oh, yeah, some of them. No, that's what I'm saying. But if had we lost a legal action, then you would have got down to the assessment of damages. And that would be included, and it ain't taken a very long time, for every plaintiff trying to see what particular consequences that plaintiff had suffered, and some financial measure, if you could, of what they lost. I mean, had the government fought the case and lost, we never thought we were going to lose. I don't think the plaintiff's lawyers thought for one moment they were ever going to win. But had we been conceded or been found legally liable, and that is the kind of calculation you would then have made. And when we paid this, we didn't go out making any sort of great claims saying this should deal with everybody's financial problems and with the right figure for every victim. Sadly, we couldn't do that. And we were not legally liable. And even then, the consequences of starting to pay out full compensation to people whose treatment had gone wrong, regardless of fault. The health service only pays out if someone's found to have been negligent. They're negligent claims. You have to do that. You wouldn't have any money left to run the health service otherwise. And nowadays it's much worse. We're much more litigious nowadays. Fighting litigation, paying legal costs and compensation is a quite significant percentage of the full health budget nowadays. It's because society is more litigious nowadays. Also because we made, in my opinion, I always thought I was about the only minister who thought it a mistake at the time, because I've been in health. We introduced this no-win, no-fee rule that people now sue on. So lawyers, we go around organising cases, they don't charge a fee to the claimant, so anybody can afford to do it, you just have to let them use your name. The lawyer goes on a no-win, no-fee, and either takes a percentage of what you win, or if they negotiate a settlement, takes a substantial percentage of the settlement for the legal costs. Now, I'm sorry I'm going on, but that is the reason why I always anticipated that. That's why we have to be so careful that we mustn't start admitting fault, admitting blame, imputing legal liability. Once you start doing that, the floodgates open, because sadly, the health service cannot guarantee to cure everybody of every ailment for which it gives the best possible treatment in the light of medical knowledge at the time.
If we just move to then...
Sorry, I've given you a bit of a speech, but that is the sort of background to all this.
If we move to DHSC 302536_031...
Sorry, there's another. It's coming up, is it?
It is, yes. DHSC 0002536_031. So this is another letter from Paul Gray at number 10, 22nd of November 1989. It's addressed now, I think, to the, it's Alan Davey, Minister of State's Office, Department of Health. So it's addressed, I think, to Mrs. Bottomley's private office. We can see it refers to a meeting. Robert Key MP this afternoon led a Conservative parliamentary delegation to see the Prime Minister about the position of haemophiliacs who were infected with the HIV virus. It identifies other members of the delegation and then says your minister was also present. So again, as I say, I think that's a reference to Mrs. Bottomley. If we can just go over to the second page, this is the point I want to ask you about. It records the discussion and the various contributions of members of the Conservative parliamentary delegation.
Yeah.
If we then pick it up where it says, fourth paragraph down, the Prime Minister said that the government recognised the need to provide additional assistance She could not, however, accept the case for action on anything like the scale being suggested by some of the pressure groups, not least because there could be no question of the government accepting legal liability in the run-up to the prospective court proceedings. There was also a major problem in ring-fencing any assistance given to haemophiliacs. And then this. The position was that they had been given the best treatment available on the then current medical advice, and without it, many of the haemophiliacs...
Well, she was obviously being briefed as I was.
Yes. I've already asked you about the assertion many of the haemophiliacs would have died, and Lord Clarke, just so that you understand, the inquiry has received evidence that would suggest that that is not correct, but it'll all be a matter for the chair to assess. That's a question for the medics to sort out. But it's the phrase "to the best treatment available." This becomes something of a mantra, Lord Clarke. We can look at it. It appears in other documents. It appears in interviews that you've given over the years. The assertion that they received the best treatment available on the then current medical advice. Yeah. Are you able to assist with how it was, or on the basis of what it was, you formed the view that was the factual position, best available medical advice?
Well, on the basis of all the evidence we've been discussing for the last day and a half, it was there was, as always, often again the case, there was this balance of risk. We had begun to realise, though we weren't certain, but there was this possibility becoming ever more probable, that some people were being adversely affected by being given factor 8 because of the infected source that some of the factor 8 was coming from. On the other hand, according to the medics, more people would be damaged, and the quality of life of haemophiliacs very badly damaged if we stopped giving them the factor 8. And that judgment, we spent a day and a half going through all the expert committees, the meetings of medical experts and specialists in the field. That was the position. Nobody, my understanding remains, is that nobody had a better treatment, prophylactic treatment, for haemophiliacs, and nobody knew, Well, unfortunately, the difference of being with hindsight is we now know that the risk of this contaminated product was absolutely enormous, because we discovered that so many people got infected. But no doubt that the inquiry will eventually decide, what was the best judgment that could have been made by the medics of what the risk was.
So this reference to best treatment, or best available treatment, then is a reflection...
What other treatment was there?
Well, can I just ask the question, please, first, Lord Clarke? This is a reflection, is it, of your understanding that there were no alternatives, and that the consequence of not receiving factor 8 concentrates was death or serious damage?
We can't go back over it. I don't know whose letter, I can't remember now whose letter it is, but what's then described there was broadly the judgment that was taken. That we know that there was that subcommittee when Mr. Galbraith and all that, which we went over yesterday. There were experts, had whole long sessions. Again, the only newspaper report this morning, of course, completely misreports what I said yesterday. Some sub-editors put a headline on the Times saying Clarke says ignored the advice of... It's actually Mr. Galbraith they're talking about. It wasn't ignored. It was considered by some of the best medical experts in the country, with Mr. Galbraith there, and they appear to have come to the conclusion, which they never forward to ministers, that actually the advice he was giving wasn't the best advice, and they had to keep on giving factor 8. Now, the judgment of that subcommittee, I suspect you couldn't have found globally people with more expertise than the members of the subcommittee and the people they had with them, the experts supporting them. I doubt whether you could have found a group with more expertise as to what was the best way, in the light of current medical knowledge, to treat haemophiliacs. So that's an example of what lies behind this simple sentence, as I think you say Paul Graves repeated in this letter.
I'm just going to observe, Lord Clarke, so that others understand why I'm not going to ask you further questions along these lines, whether what you've described is an accurate characterisation of the decision-making in particular on the Committee on the Safety of Medicines Biological Subcommittee, will be a matter for the Chair to decide. And me asking you about your understanding of it's not going to improve that.
Well, we've been over the decision making,
which is why I'm not
in
going to
considerable
ask you further
detail.
about it. If we go next, just to pick up and complete the decision making that led to the extra £20 million to the Macfarlane Trust at CABO 01000002_008.
I mean, we did give this 20 million, didn't we?
Yes. Just want to pick up the handwritten entry at the bottom. You've transcribed it, I think, in your statement, but it says, as I understand it, Prime Minister subsequently discussed the announcement with Mr. Clarke this morning, and it was agreed he would consider the possibility of increasing the initial across-the-board payment of £10,000 within an unchanged £20 million package. I think you say in your statement, sorry, this was agreed to by the Treasurer, you say in your statement you don't recall the detail of how that came about.
No, I mean, my guess, reading that note that somebody's written, is that was the Prime Minister's idea, which he was pressing me to go away and think about doing.
So it's
the words are actually unchanged overall, £20 million
Yes,
package,
sorry.
I think.
Yes, the 20, within the 20 million, but pay more of it quickly up front. It appears to be what the Prime Minister was asking me to consider.
And then if we go to the announcement of the payment, HMTR 601_023. You make the announcement by way of a written answer on the 23rd of November 1989. If we go further down the page, we can see you refer to the initial establishment of the Macfarlane Trust, and then you say, this is the bottom of the left-hand column, Lord Clarke, the Trust has been able to give significant and valuable help to a large number of infected haemophiliacs and their families, but the time has now come to reassess the total sum available to it. The true nature and extent of the needs of the infected haemophiliacs have become much clearer now that the Trust is in operation and has been able to examine individual cases in detail. I am satisfied that the government should now make extra resources available to the Trust. Just pausing there, what did you mean by referring to the true nature and extent of the needs?
I can't remember. It looks though from the haemophiliac, the Trust, the Macfarlane Trust, there had been, they had presumably in distributing it, because they've been looking at individual needs. They'd started by paying out on an individual basis everything, so assessing different individuals. I can't remember the origin of it now, but it looks as though we had got some more information about the kind of financial problems that some of the victims and their families were suffering.
And then
I can't remember now what that was based on.
And then we can see the additional payment, it's there recorded as being 19 million, bringing to 29 million the total payments made. The House will appreciate that, as before, this is not compensation, but a payment which responds to a particular and tragic situation. In making this new allocation, the government have two objectives in mind. And then we see the proposal, the individual payment of £20,000 as a one-off payment, and then secondly,
so we had altered to 20,000 each. Yeah.
Yes, and then the rest essentially would be provided on an individual basis by the Trust.
That was a compromise on the, do you share it all out? Do you look at the particular needs of families?
It appears that if we just look at MACF 602_020. Sorry, wrong document. Oh, no, that is the right document. Sorry, Shana. These are the minutes of a meeting, an extraordinary meeting of the trustees of the Macfarlane Trust.
Trustees of the Macfarlane Trust,
yeah. 29th of November 1989. But I'm just picking it up because it refers to a meeting with you. Bottom of the page. says, on the 21st of November, the Trust and the Haemophilia Society have been invited to a meeting with the Secretary of State for Health.
I remember this meeting.
Scheduled on the Thursday, the 23rd of November. No detailed agenda or papers have been provided in advance of the meeting. Top of the next page. At the meeting, it quickly became clear that the Trust and the Society had been invited to be told the government's intentions only just in advance of an official parliamentary statement and press release. There'll therefore be no negotiation and very limited scope for discussion, though the views of the Trust and the Society have been firmly presented to the extent that the draft statement and press release have been modified. I'm not going to ask you about the details of the draft statement or press release, but is that, and the Trust, the inquiry's heard some oral evidence, I think, from Mr. Waters of the Haemophilia Society of his recollection of what might have been this same meeting. Do you have any recollection of it?
I don't claim I don't have. I've forgotten I've ever had a meeting with the Haemophilia. So this is the Trust, McFarlane Trust. I don't remember it, but I'm not surprised at what he says. That was, from the point of view of the government, that was a sensible line to take. Otherwise, the moment you had them in and said, we're thinking of giving you X, it would turn into a negotiation.
So it was.
They would say, that's not enough, could we have Y, you know, so it was to give them the courtesy of letting them know in advance before we made a public announcement.
So it was the presentation of a decision that had been made as opposed to a discussion.
It's the only way. You can't possibly, well, you could if you wanted, but you'd just be starting a long negotiation if you just called them in to discuss it with them.
And then if we just go back to your witness statement, WITN 0758012.
I mean, if you were in their shoes, you would ask for more, wouldn't you? I would, if I was in their shoes. I was just brought in and told we're thinking of giving you X. I'd say, can't you give us Y?
And if we go to page 63, this is of your second statement, Lord Clarke.
And you can't tell them too far in advance because they'll leak it and start briefing everybody that it's not enough. I fear, I'm not being particularly unkind to the McFarlane trustees, that's part of human nature.
I just want to ask you about what you say here. Paragraph 43.1, you say, I've been asked to reflect on the increased payments made to haemophiliacs in November 1989 and whether they were an effective response to the financial hardship of those who'd suffered from
Yes, you're correct. You corrected me. It's the 44,000. I was quite wrong.
So, and just so that people understand, you've been asked by the inquiry and the questions posed to you for your statement to reflect in that way. Your response is 43.2. It seems to me they were a reasonable means of responding to and alleviating suffering and hardship. Sum of £20,000 represents a little more than 44,000 in today's money, which is a substantial sum. It was coupled with the continuing ability of the McFarlane Trust to make payments on the basis of need and social security assistance. It has to be set against the background of the constraints on public funds, and that there were many groups of people who suffered terrible diseases without being able to claim additional support from the state, including other sufferers from AIDS. And then you refer to the argument about whether payments could be ring-fenced. That was your reflection in your relatively recent statement. Does it remain your view that that payment as at November 1989 was an effective response to the financial hardship of those?
It was a mitigation of the financial hardship. It wasn't a measurement of the financial hardship. That is what would happen if you had full liability, legal liability, and you were trying to calculate what was required to give full compensation. This was it's essentially a judgment as to what has the right feel to your judgment and your conscience, and bearing in mind where you're taking the money from. You know, what makes a difference in mitigate the problems caused by the families? Is it sufficient to be helpful and of use, you know, and not so much that you're going to cause outrage to other groups, or you're going to do real damage to some other worthwhile health expenditure that you could embark on?
And it wasn't...
Well, it's bound to be a broad judgment. I think the discussion between ministers that led up to it, it's, you know, what does it feel like? It's about right. There's no way of calculating it.
It wasn't, as I understand it, tied to any actual assessment of financial hardship.
No, that's what you do if you were legally liable, if there was fault on your part. But there obviously is no fault on anybody's part, in my opinion, and I think the plaintiff's solicitors knew that. I suspect, I don't know, but I've not seen their advice, but I suspect the plaintiff's lawyers in the legal action felt as confident as we did that it was almost certain that they were going to lose, which is why they started overtures for a settlement, and no doubt were advising their clients that it would be very wise to settle this.
Well, we'll come on to the litigation, sir, perhaps as the next topic after the break.
Just before we do, I wonder if I can clarify the figures with you, Miss Richards, because there may be some who are watching who have wondered and may have listened also to what Peter Stevens had to say earlier when he gave evidence about the McFarlane Trust. There were, I have been told, 1,200 hemophiliacs who might be eligible for compensation. £20,000 each is £24,000. The sum which Mr. Clarke was proposing was 20 million. 24 million, I should have said. The sum Mr. Clarke was proposing was 20 million. The sum mentioned in Parliament was 19 million. And there is a reference in Mr. Clarke's statement to it having been subsequently increased, not to 24 million, which I thought it might have been the figure, but to 25 million. What was the actual sum paid in the end?
I think we'll have to check that, sir. I don't want to give you an off the top of my head answer, not least because, as you say, there are different figures mentioned in different documents. I'm sure we'll be able to establish.
I think we really, it ought to be a matter of record, even now, despite what may have happened to some records. So if we can have some clarity or certainty about it, it would be helpful.
Yeah, I can't remember what led to these little adjustments. I've noticed that as we've gone through this questioning, and why will £1 million suddenly vanishes and then, as you say, later comes back. I'm sorry, I can't help. I can't remember what that was all about.
Anyway,
but I do remember. I've tried to explain. On the whole, you knew you weren't calculating the exact figure. It was a broad judgment of what feels right and what at least helps deal with these sympathy we and most members of the public felt for the victims of the tragedy.
Well, we'll return to the questioning then at 10 to 4, shall we?
Thank you, sir.
10 to 4.
Lord Clarke, I'm going to ask you next about your involvement in the HIV haemophilia litigation, some of which was going on in parallel with the decision-making process that we've just been looking at.
Certainly.
Your statement explains a letter before claim was sent in July 1988, or a preliminary letter. You say it's unlikely it was drawn to your attention, and I'm not going to ask you to look at that. If I can pick matters up, then at MHRA 0017681. This is a submission dated the 26th of June 1989. It's to the Minister of State for Health rather than being directed to you, and it's headed AIDS litigation. I just want to ask you about one passage. If we go to page 5, paragraph 11 says this, and it's recording the advice received by counsel. Counsel has indicated that he will wish to establish that in respect of the choice of patient treatment, the duty of care lay with the health authorities and not with the department. He recognises that there could be presentational difficulties in this. It would be important not to imply that the department had no role in, for example, disseminating expert guidance that he regarded as necessary to establish this principle, both as a precedent for future litigation and for tactical reasons, so that he can argue that proceedings against the department should be withdrawn. Are ministers content with this approach? And then if we just go to the response by the Minister of State for Health, at DHSC 00, no, sorry, Shamik, WITN 0758 058. And we can see this is, I think, on behalf of the Minister of State for Health, 24th of July 1989. And it says, MSH has seen your submission of the 26th of June and has commented for the present. And then it's the second bullet point. I'm cautious about the line at paragraph 11. I believe health authorities act under our... The first says it would be important not to imply that the department had no role in disseminating expert guidance, and then the Minister of State's response is saying, I believe health authorities act under our guidance in such matters. Do you have any observations to make about that position? Do you disagree?
Not particularly, no. I don't know what David was relying on when he gave his opinions. I mean, there was no difference. I take the view in litigation of this kind, and obviously government departments get engaged in litigation from time to time, and it sometimes comes to the ministers, that by and large you're very heavily guided by the counsel you've instructed and the advice that you get. Obviously whoever you've instructed starts asking for the clients, does the client agree and act on the advice? But it's extremely silly to get in a legal team and instruct counsel and then start making your own views about what you're going to argue, what you're going to not in the case. And never mind governments. I think that's true generally. There's an old statement, I think, that any lawyer who decides to act on his or her own behalf in a case has a fool for a client. It's the whole point of counsel is you have someone with a detached, independent view able to give you their best advice they can on how to conduct the case. And in the case of a government department being sued, I took the general view, you can't take it upon yourself airily to not to pursue arguable lines of defence. It's again being generous with other people's money. The question of legal liability, if your counsel thinks it's worth pursuing and it possibly will succeed, I think, other things being equal, you should take the advice and pursue it, unless there's something particularly unpleasant about the course of action that you're being urged to take.
Now, I think your statement suggests, and the documents you refer to bear this out, that in the early stages, Mr. Mellor, as Minister of State for Health, was the minister who was being asked to agree or disagree with matters. But in October of 1989, he asked that you consider the position. And if we go to DHSC 0002536_078, this is just to give the date and see who is copied in. So it's the 26th of October 1989 from J.C. Dobson. It's addressed to the Minister of State for Health's private secretary, but we can see now it's copied to Mr. McKeon, PPS to S on us, so your principal private secretary. It refers to a paper in paragraph 2, prepared in consultation with medical and legal colleagues, with Medicines Division and with Finance. And so if we can then go to the paper, it's at DHSC 0002536, no, yeah, 2536_079. We can see it sets out current policy in paragraph 1, following previous discussions with ministers, the department and the other central defendants in this action, Committee on the Safety of Medicines Licensing Authority Welsh Office, are presently acting on the policy that the plaintiff's claim should be put to the courts and that all allegations of negligence should be contested. And then if we go towards the bottom of the page, we can see in paragraph 2 a reference to whether there should be a preliminary issue about whether there was a duty of care. So you'll see that in the second and third lines, Lord Clarke of paragraph 2. If we go over the page, We can see reference in paragraph 3 to our council also wishes to take other preliminary points. I don't propose to ask you about the details of those for present purposes. And then paragraph 4 explains if the preliminary points didn't succeed, the defence would contest allegations of negligence at the main hearing, and the view is set out that there would be a robust defence. What I then want to ask you to look at is, if we go 2 pages further on, are the options that were put forward. So option A is out-of-court settlement, and paragraph 8 refers to the Haemophilia Society, MPs, the press. A substantial body of opinion within the NHS favours an out-of-court settlement so that those suffering the effects of HIV infection can quickly be assured of financial security, and further detail is given in relation to that. If we can then go on at further 3 pages, please, Shomik. Option B, halfway down the page, is explicitly increased funding to the Macfarlane Trust. Macfarlane Trust could be given additional funds again on an ex gratia basis. If we go over the page, we can see option C is an ex gratia payment. An amount could be allocated on a no-fault compensation basis that would provide an ex gratia payment to haemophiliacs without either admitting liability or involving the Macfarlane Trust. And then option D, next page, is commission of inquiry. An option mooted by an NHS Haemophilia Centre director attached to the Haemophilia Society was that a commission of inquiry might be established.
I didn't realise. I'd forgotten that was being very early days for this sort of thing, wasn't it?
And this is in part what I want to ask you about. This could either assess the government's record over the relevant period or consider the case for an ex gratia payment along the lines of option C, or both. Officials believe this would need to be linked to an interim ex gratia award. And the eventual cost of this option might be similar to that of option A or C. The advantage is that it might be slightly easier to avoid knock-on effects, since we could always refer back to the Commission of Inquiry judgment that haemophiliacs were a particularly deserving group. Just wait till we get to the top of the next page. But such a Commission of Inquiry would itself be a precedent. And then option E is publicise the government's position. Reference is made to there having been so far a low profile in the face of critical press and public rehearsals of the HIV litigation. And there is a suggestion in paragraph 16 that as a final option on its own or in combination with one or other of options A and D, the government could take steps within the constraints imposed now that the matter's before the courts to set the record straight. And then if we just go...
Am I right in thinking the judge had made it clear he thought the parties should try to settle?
Yes, and I'll have a look at...
Which, I mean, those days, I practiced as a lawyer. I did quite a lot of negligence claims. I didn't do many medical ones. And if counsel didn't see the common sense of it, or more often it was their clients who didn't see the common sense of it, the judge would often drop a hint saying, because sometimes, as in this case, it's quite obviously worth considering. The downside for a government is that you get such bad publicity when you settle, because people immediately assume you're admitting liability, and so why isn't it a lot more money?
And if we just go to the next page, we can see summary in light of the difficulties with options A, C and D. So that's out-of-court settlement, ex gratia payment and commission of inquiry. Our advice remains that the department should publicise the extra flexibility we've offered to the Macfarlane Trust, but continue to strongly defend the court action. Attempts could also be made on the publicity front to counter the critical reporting so far. Ministers may, however, wish to consider whether they would wish any of the alternative options to be worked up in more detail. Now, Lord Clarke, it's evident from everything that follows in terms of the documentation that this strategy doesn't change whilst...
Well, there's all sorts of options being put, isn't it? And they're making rather a meal of it.
And so there is, we know, no commission of inquiry set up. Can you record any... Can you recall any explicit consideration being given within the department to the possibility of a commission of inquiry?
I mean, in the end, the final settlement had nothing to do with me. I'd left the department by the time all this went on. I seem to recall, I mean, partly from the documents, which may have reminded me, I was one of the people inclined to say, look, this is a no-win situation. Not, obviously, if you fight a case, it's win or lose if you fight it to the end. But what I mean is, in terms of presentation and everybody being satisfied that the government was going to win this, and that you should fight, because it was pretty, like most people, I was very confident that we were going to win, fight the legal action, get legal liability dismissed, and then almost certainly you'd have to make some ex gratia payment to show that you were not insensitive, you weren't just, because there'd be huge criticism of the court and the minister deciding no money should go to Hemophiliacs. So that's I seem to recall was the course I tended to prefer. I think Norman Lamont preferred that course as well, but I have not the faintest idea what led to the eventual settlement, except I imagine the plaintiff's lawyers were desperately anxious to get a settlement, because I suspect they felt equally strongly that they were certainly on a loser here.
Lord Clarke, as you rightly point out, you left office before the settlement.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to.
I got indignant about the Sunday Times last week, which blamed me for the supposed inadequacy of the settlement when I wasn't even there. But I'm not bothering about press, but I'm not quite sure why we're labouring it so much. But in the end, I wasn't party to the decision. I was way away having other problems at the Department of Education by then.
But just to go back to the question of a commission of inquiry, effectively the precursor to a public inquiry, can you recall that ever then recurring as an idea during your time in office?
I'd forgotten it recurred. I was slightly amused, because in those days we didn't have. Nowadays we have inquiries quite regularly, as you appreciate, but they weren't usual in those days. It's interesting to see. It's an early precursor of what has become the habit now of expecting a public inquiry. I don't remember it being pursued much. I don't think it ran. Did it? You will know. You've got the documents.
There was no commission of inquiry, no.
No, I don't think it ran.
Is what consideration was given?
This particular submission, say from the officials, is slightly making a meal of it. It is tortuously going over every conceivable option that someone might wish to consider. The key question is, should we settle or not?
If we just then look at WITN 0758068, this is a minute dated the 23rd of November 1989. It's addressed to the Minister of State for Health's.
It's obvious that David Mellor was handling it at this stage, not me.
Or it may even have been Mrs. Bottomley, I'm not sure by this stage, but in any event, Minister of State for Health. It's copied to you. If we go over the page.
Presumably, if you want to know more about this, you'll get David to come and give evidence about it.
Quite possibly, Lord Clarke. If we see here, paragraph 7, the Minister of State for Health is asked to advise on whether, and then you'll see there are 3 judgments
I've seen that
the Minister of State is asked to consider. Whether a duty of care argument should be run, in other words, that there was no duty of care owed by the licensing authority and Committee on the Safety of Medicines. B, whether there should be a duty of care argument, in other words, arguing there was no duty of care on the part of the Secretary of State. And then C is whether it should be argued that allegations concerning questions of policy should be struck out as non-justiciable. And I know you're a lawyer, Lord Clarke, but so that others understand, the question there is whether the government should advance an argument that this was something the courts could not assess.
Yeah, all right. As I've said earlier, I know what David's reaction, I can't remember what David's reaction to his advice was. I don't want to sound too critical of it's very careful and considered, no doubt extremely copious advice, but the officials seem to be expecting the minister to second guess every piece of advice he has from counsel, in which case you might as well not hire counsel in the first place. So unless something startles you and you feel particularly strongly, we couldn't possibly do that, because you think of some political reason or governmental reason why you couldn't possibly do that. I mean, they are, I hate to, I've got the phrase stuck in my head now, they are making a terrible meal of it and inviting David Mellor to make a terrible meal of it.
In fact, you express your view on this issue at WITN 0.
Well, I hope it coincides with my present view, does it?
Well, it's a one-paragraph description. You can no doubt tell us if that's the case. WITN 0758069. 1st of December 1989, Surveyor Secretary of State has seen Mr Wilson's submission the 23rd of November. His view is that Council should argue all 3 points listed at paragraph 7 of the submission. This includes the duty of care argument in respect of Secretary of State's responsibilities.
Well, my views then seem to be pretty well where they are now.
Secretary of State has commented that it would have wide implications for government if the government itself, as well as the health authority, is found to owe a duty of care to an individual patient. So your instruction, as it were, to the legal team is to argue no duty of care, argue the court...
Any reasonable argument the council thinks is arguable and is not wasting the court's time and has a chance of success should be argued. Otherwise the government's going to be in frightful trouble in lots of other litigation as comes along from time to time. The government's always involved in litigation.
And then we can see there are various other steps in the litigation, which I won't ask you about, but if we move on then to May of 1990 and look at DHSC 0038699_023, we can see this is a minute of the 30th of May 1990. Again, it's directed to the Minister of State for Health, but it's copied to Mrs Shirley Quirk in your private office. And we can see the heading is Defence under the Limitation Act 1980. We're seeking Minister's views on whether the Department, Medicines Licensing Authority and Committee on Safety of Medicines should plead the defence that the Hemophiliacs action for damages is out of time. And over the page...
Well, I've already given out... Just tell you, what my reaction I almost certainly would have been to that.
Well, yes, so that we just so that we can follow it through, the options are there set out. 1, plead the limitations offence in all cases where it's technically possible. 2, not take the point at all. 3, reserve our position on limitation.
I'm trying to read what Council's advice was. I think the Council's advice was it's not worth... The court's going to give an extension if you start arguing it, isn't it?
Which
is, I would have thought, it's highly likely myself.
I just wanted to see what the response was from ministers, including yourself. So if we go to DHSC 0046957_044. I rather agree with whoever produced this view at the bottom there, that not many judges, I think, would have let the government argue the limitation point in an action of this kind. So this is 6th of June 1990. We can see from this, I think, that the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State and the Lords, I don't know whether that's Baroness Hooper or not, but whoever it is, has seen your submission to and feels strongly that we should not plead the limitation defence at all. So that's the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State's view.
That sounds like Gloria Hooper, yeah.
If we go to DHSC 0046957_043, this sets out Mrs Bottomley's view. On balance, she would prefer to go to option 3, i.e. reserve our position. She very strongly feels that not to plead would be a sign of weakness, but would like to defer to the Secretary of State's legal expertise in this. So that brings us to your position, DHSC 0046957_...
Now you'll startle me by saying I took a quite different position at the time. I can't remember.
DHSC 0046957_026. So your response, in contrast, I think, to Baroness Hooper's, but consistent with Mrs Bottomley's.
Oh, I see. I thought we should pursue the...
We should certainly not abandon the limitation point, and he favours option 3, which is reserve position.
That's a slightly different opinion in those days. If Council had said it's not worth pursuing, I'm sure I would have abandoned it, agreed they should abandon it. Only if our lawyers thought it was worth arguing would I actually, I think, have pursued it.
And are you able to add at all to this in terms of what your reasoning process might have been?
No, I think all this exchange is, whoever's sending all these minutes, as I say, is labouring away about the conduct of the defence of a civil claim, which should largely be left to the council we've instructed in the case to decide and get on with.
I then want just to ask you to look at the intervention from Mr. Justice Ognall, encouraging the parties to settle. So this is now late June 1990, DHSC 0046964_024. So Mr. Justice Ognall sets this out. It's rare that I take an initiative of this kind in civil litigation.
I'm sorry to start getting impatient again. Where is all this leading? Eventually it was settled, wasn't it? I mean, long after I'd gone. But these are all the things being considered about the handling of the case and possible tactics. What's the point of it all? What are you wasting? What are we taking time on all this for? What matters is what eventually happened, which is for some reason, and no doubt the paper's documents for that period will explain it, the successors, my successor, Virginia Bottomley, I think, went along with a settlement. In the end, the Treasury and the Department of Health must have decided that perhaps after all it was better to settle the claim.
Look,
all this is mere history.
Lord Clarke, it might just be quicker if you let me ask the questions and answer them.
I know, I'm just failing to see what the point of it all is.
Fulfilment of the inquirer's terms of reference, Lord Clarke. If we look here, it's rare that I take an initiative of this kind in civil litigation before me, but the circumstances of these actions are such I've no hesitation in doing so, and in much more specific terms than might normally be expected or considered appropriate. If we go to the bottom half of the page, Mr. Justice Ognall says this: when all those factors are taken into account, and he's talked there about legal issues and legal uncertainty, it seems to me that for a number of reasons, it is not an abuse of language to describe these actions as unique in their surrounding circumstances. I hope that I will be allowed to identify some of those circumstances. A government which takes upon itself the role of public provider of medical advice and clinical services is in a very different position to any commercial organisation. It is clearly arguable that their duty to innocent citizens who suffer injury under the aegis of such treatment has a moral dimension to it which should distinguish their assessment of their position from that criteria to be adopted by other defendants of a corporate character. Government owes a duty under this to its shareholders or insurers. It should also mean that the public may be entitled to expect from government an appraisal of their position which is not confined solely to legal principles to be found in the law of negligence or problems of proof. Over the page, picking it up in the second paragraph, the plight of the plaintiffs, or many of them, is a special one. A, all of them suffer from or live in the shadow of a fatal condition for which there is presently no known cure. I'm told the evidence will suggest that incubation may be as long as 15 years. Meantime, I suppose most believe that sooner or later they will succumb. B, many have already died, and in the nature of things, many more will die without knowing the outcome of this litigation. It seems to me, at least, that this factor should be treated as cardinally important. It also sets it apart from any other action in my own experience. At best, these plaintiffs will die uncertain as to the outcome. At worst, they will die deprived of money to comfort their last days, or with the knowledge for those with dependents that they will bring a measure of financial security. C, with the best will in the world, it may be the end of 1991 before the legal process affecting the main cause of action has been exhausted. That is 2.5 years since the proceedings began or more. It may then be necessary, in the event the plaintiffs succeed, to set benchmarks for quantum, again no doubt with appeals. D, it is common ground that all plaintiffs are entirely blameless. And if we go to the top of the next page, it is in these circumstances that I have thought it proper that the advisers to all parties should be invited to convey to their respective clients these observations. It might be said I've raised considerations of a political rather than a purely legal character. I acknowledge that, but I believe that the legal profession has a duty to do its best to see that the legal system does not become a scapegoat in the eyes of the public for what I fear may be perceived as the unjust and inhumane denial of any significant measure of compensation to the plaintiffs. The law must take its course, is not an
Yes, he realised that if he found in favour of the government, which he must have realised, having read the pleadings, was a very high probability he would, that all that happened was he would be blamed as well. But my reaction, if I'd ever argued with as a judge, I mean, it's a very full account of his views, is I agree with all that. I mean, ideally this should not just be. The problem is to avoid the criticisms. If you start conceding fault and legal liability, then people would just come back at you for full quantum. And I would probably have said, if I'd ever had the chance of discussing it with the judge, that's precisely why we made the contributions to the McFarlane Trust. What you're setting out here is a long description of the sentiments which led us to give help via the McFarlane Trust, because we agreed with the judge that you can't just resolve all. They are different. He sets out some arguments as to why they are different to most other similar people, because they had a pre-existing condition, all that, and therefore some payment of some kind is what most civilized people would like to do. And that's really what the judge is saying. I'd rather not just decide this on the question of strict liability for negligence. Why don't you just think of the wider picture and do something to help these people, which is what we'd already tried to do a bit in the McFarlane Trust.
This is 6 months on from the McFarlane Trust announcement, so one takes it, I think, that Mr Justice Ocknell would have been aware of that announcement. So he's
Absolutely.
saying 6 months on.
So I would have pointed out to him, isn't that what we've already done? I mean, and of course, then you have the question is, can anybody ever decide what is exactly the right figure you should give the McFarlane Trust? There isn't a right figure. It's a matter of broad judgment as what's the best you can do.
But Mr Justice Ocknell, would you agree with this, is taking what he describes himself as a very unusual course of articulating what he saw as a very powerful case for a moral rather than strictly...
Well, he uses the word moral. He's taking the same view that we took over the McFarlane Trust. I've just answered your question. And we gave the McFarlane... It's a great pity this action was brought. It was the plaintiffs who decided. I suspect they were just trying to publicise their campaign. I suspect their lawyers had never encouraged them to believe they were likely to win. We all agreed that it should not be resolved just by a straight, are they legally liable, can you satisfy the burden of proof to prove negligence, legal decision, that's it. And I don't think the public would have thought that was quite the right way to resolve it. And we had tried to address exactly the same points the judge is making with the McFarlane Trust allocations. Now, subsequently, obviously, somebody changed their mind. They still settled it. And because people were already arguing that the McFarlane Trust money wasn't enough, they went on to settle the action. But, I mean, I lose touch with it once I get there.
Is there anything in what Mr Justice Ocknell set out here that you disagreed with, as far as you can...
Not fundamentally, no. I say he's setting out the same principles that had led us to give the money to the McFarlane Trust.
And then if we go on to HS...
It was the plaintiffs who decided. It was the victims of the haemophilia who decided to go to the law.
If we go to HSOC 0017025_004, we'll see what the Chief Medical Officer then said. So the Chief Medical Officer, still Donald Aitchison, wrote to you and to Mrs Bottomley on the 20th of July 1990. I don't propose to read it all out, but you'll see what he says in the opening sentence. I hope the Secretary of State will take account of my view that the problem of HIV infection and haemophiliacs can in fact be regarded as...
He had the same sympathetic views, yeah.
And if we go over the page...
I mean, I'm sorry to keep complaining about press reports, but it's just one of the campaigns keeps putting out these daft reports. And Donald, just to put it short, sets out views which we all shared. He too was sympathetic. This was some idiot briefed one of the newspapers 2 or 3 weeks ago that Donald was trying to cover up secret documents. There appears to be a conspiracy theory that there are some hidden documents. The few thousand we've got are not all the documents, and somehow Donald Aitchison was wickedly trying to invite me to hide documents. It's quite obvious Donald Aitchison, who was a terribly nice, sympathetic guy, was setting out his own humanitarian sympathies with the victims of the tragedy.
I think in relation to the allegation about the Chief Medical Officer and documents, you might be referring to a witness statement that you were asked to comment on in your witness statement.
Is that so?
Rather than...
Well, I'm sorry if that's the case. I thought
in any event.
At the time when I read it, I thought, well, what's a daft parody of Donald's letter? And I'm sure Donald wasn't the sort of bloke who'd want to start trying to cover up documents. There are no missing documents.
In any event, if we just go to his conclusion, the second paragraph on this page, I hope, therefore, that for humanitarian reasons, the government will find some way to make an ex gratia settlement to the infected haemophiliacs in relation to this unique tragedy. And pausing there, this is, as I say, this is months after the second
He cites
payment.
some other examples of other people making similar claims.
Well, he says I cannot personally see how this could
he
be
tries to answer that.
Yes.
But I doubt whether the people campaigning about cerebral palsy following obstetric adventure would quickly agree with him. But I mean, I think I agree. I agree with him, which is why we were making these payments to the McFarlane Trust.
Lord Clarke, you've repeatedly said why we're making these payments to the McFarlane Trust. At this point in time, Mr. Justice Ognall's observations and the Chief Medical Officer's observations are being made months after that.
Yes, because they want to avoid the brutality of a litigation, settling it one way or the other, legal liability. The difficulty is, you know, if people decide to start litigating, you're not going to stop them until you've won or had a full and final settlement of their claim.
Donald Acheson's view, as expressed here, was that this was a unique catastrophe which called for a humanitarian response. Is that a fair summary of what he's saying?
Yeah.
And then, if we just look, don't need to go to the
So
details.
if I'd had a conversation with Donald, I don't know where I'd been, I'd said, you know, where's the basis which we've already paid quite a lot of money to the McFarlane Trust. Nobody's arguing with that.
If we just see the other observations made upon Mr. Justice Ognall's suggestion before we come to your own view, as expressed at the time, if we go to DHSC 0046964003, this is from Mr. Heppel, so senior civil servant within the department, 24th of July 1990. If we go to the second page, I don't need to go through the detail of it. We can see in paragraph 5, his recommendation is against going down the route mapped out by Mr. Justice Ognall. So you've got the Chief Medical Officer saying we should, Mr. Heppel saying not. If we go then to...
yes, he's further payments to the McFarlane Trust. He suggests fight it out, but then make further payments to the McFarlane Trust, so at least answer the people who will say we're hard-nosed and cruel.
We can see also various views are expressed by various people. I'm not going to take you through all of them. If we just go to DHSC 0046964006, this was a view expressed by the Regional Directors of Public Health. And paragraph 2 says the RDPHs, so Regional Directors of Public Health, have been very concerned at the prospect of this litigation. They recently considered the matter again and have asked me to pass their concerns to you. They agree our defence is sound. That is apart from a possible handful of cases.
Yes, everybody's saying the same thing.
Well, then they're not, I think, necessarily, Lord Clarke, but we'll come to it. And so you'll see the last sentence, the RMOs, regional medical officers, consider that there are reasons why an ex gratia settlement should be attempted for these haemophiliacs who become infected with HIV through no fault of their own. And then we can see set out the reasoning of the Regional Directors of Public Health. A, there is a particular moral case for the government to settle with the HIV-infected haemophiliacs. They argue that these unfortunate individuals were infected with a mortal condition as a direct result of treatment with the NHS. And then B, I think recognises the view you'd expressed, accepting that the treatment given was in good faith and that before this treatment was available, the life expectancy of the haemophiliacs was greatly reduced. Nevertheless, RMOs do not believe that given the appalling human tragedy visited upon the haemophiliacs, this excuses the government from making a generous settlement. Over the page, that the stigma, so there are 5 reasons given, I think, or 6 reasons. The stigma associated with HIV and AIDS and the consequent difficulty in concluding their lives singles out this particular group of individuals for such special treatment. D, the exceptional circumstances of the haemophiliacs would allow a publicly acceptable ring fence to be placed around this litigation, and there should be no knock-on effect on other litigation.
That is arguable.
E, limited human, professional and management resources are being diverted from patient care to paperwork. F, very substantial legal costs. And 4, paragraph 4,
And they want an ex gratia payment.
yeah, the conclusion is that thrashing out these issues in court will not be in the best interest of patients or the NHS. They would favour some mechanism, e.g. ex gratia.
They want to settle, they want an ex gratia payment. Yeah.
So similar to the Chief Medical Officer, that's the view being expressed by the Regional Directors of Public
Well,
Health.
everybody's expressing the same view so far. We've now given the same opinion, which I largely share, 6 different times.
Well, let's see then what Mrs Bottomley and you say, Lord Clarke. DHSC 004690.
I, at the time, was inclined to think that you wouldn't resolve it that way, that we should fight it out. I think, this was what I continued on the whole to think, that no one would understand that settling did not actually concede that you were at fault and that you were negligent. And the problem is that people who had not been plaintiffs to the action, I don't know whether that was in my mind, would promptly follow up with another negligence claim, and you'd have another group of claimants, because not every haemophiliac victim was a party to the action.
DHSC 0046964008.
You can never answer the question of how much is the right amount for an ex gratia payment, as I said. If this inquiry recommends a payment, it's a pound to a penny. Somebody will argue it's not enough.
This is a minute, the 27th of July 1990, addressed to your private office, Mrs Shirley Quirk, and we can see in paragraph 2 Mrs Bottomley's view. Mrs Bottomley, MSH, has commented that she thinks we should maintain our present position. Once we move towards conceding on cases like this, it will have inevitable long-term implications for the department.
That was Virginia. I thought Virginia agreed with that, yeah.
And then DHSC 0046964007. This sets out your view, Lord Clarke. Secretary of State has seen your submission of the 24th of July together with Mr Dobson's paper, CMO's minute of 20th of July, Mr Sand's minute of 27th of July. He has commented that he is in favour of sticking to our legal defence and continuing to fight the action. He doesn't think it's necessary at this stage to send a minute to the Prime Minister. He considers that the decision should be communicated to the judge and the plaintiff's solicitors in strict confidence, and then there's a suggestion of a drafting exercise to respond to the judge. So you didn't agree with the Chief Medical Officer or the Regional Directors of Public Health or Mr Justice Ognall, did you, Lord Clarke?
I did. I'm making it. You just take me long over my contribution to the contributions you made to the McFarlane Trust. It's just what I did not agree to was abandoning our legal defence. The difficulty, in fact, I turned out to be wrong, I think, because it didn't happen. Well, it has, it was still going on. The settlement of the legal action didn't resolve anything. This inquiry is being asked to give more money. And I was basically, sort out there is no legal thing, and then probably the tactics to show that this wasn't just heartless, that there's no it's no good trying to prove it was somebody's fault in the health service or in the department or wherever. There's no legal liability, but we're reasonable human people. We realise the circumstances of this case are appalling and in some respects quite exceptional, and so we'll make ex gratia payments insofar as we can to mitigate at least the financial consequences of what the people have suffered. So that was my view, it remains my view.
The ex gratia payment, the increase to the McFarlane Trust, whether it's the 20 or 24 million, had been made 6 months previously.
Yes, and they'd taken an action because they didn't think it was enough.
And so Mr Justice Ognall's recommendation, which you said, narrative, which you said you agreed with, the Chief Medical Officer's
Ognall didn't want to settle it. If he was asked to by the parties, then he would make a decision on whether legally there was a burden of proof of negligence to be satisfied. But he also had the view that this wasn't quite the right way to sort out something like this.
Mr Justice Ognall, the Chief Medical Officer, the Regional Directors of Public Health, on the one hand, were all saying, were they not at this point in time, and something more than has already been paid. I suppose, yes, you're saying
they were more content than I was to make it definitely a settlement of the action.
You were saying in terms, let's fight on.
Well,
we weren't proposing any further payments.
Yes, that's true. We all came to the same conclusion that ex gratia payment was the best way of handling this, that we did think there was a case for using public funds to make some compensation. A settlement would not have been full compensation, would again have been a negotiated sum of money, which it presumably was in the end. In the end, that's how they went. And it didn't satisfy the plaintiffs, which is why 30 years later we're still arguing about how much money they should have.
say, I note the time, still a few more issues to explore with Lord Clarke, so perhaps we could pick this up tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Can we not dispose of this point of the settlement of the action?
Well, there's a few more documents to look at, Lord Clarke, which we'll do in the morning.
What for? I wasn't. The actual, what matters is what happened in the end, and I wasn't even party to that. I played no part in the final settlement.
And I'm not going to be asking you about the final settlement for that very reason, Lord Clarke.
So, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
So I should just say, because I'm conscious there'll be people who potentially might be travelling to hear the evidence tomorrow, I don't anticipate that it would be a full day tomorrow. I anticipate I've probably got about another hour or so of questions. And then there'll be the opportunity for core participants, recognised legal representatives, to suggest questions. So it may be a half day or thereabouts tomorrow.
So there's a fighting chance, I think is what I've been told by counsel, a fighting chance that we may be finished by lunchtime.
Yeah, that's my best guess.
Yes, well, I leave it to your experience, Lord Clarke, to know how well counsel...
Well, you may gather, I get, yes, I won't rely on it, I won't anticipate it. We'll see where we get to tomorrow, but there we are. At least we're approaching the end.
Yep, 10 o'clock tomorrow then.